Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good day. I'd like to welcome you to TopstepTV once again for opening call, and congratulations. Yes, you are at the right place at the right time. So stick around. We got lots going on here today. We have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you. And of course, throughout the day and throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, and even sometimes as sunshine on a cloudy day. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market trading knowledge with our good friend, John Hoagland. Good morning, John. How are you today?
I'm doing well, feeling good, feeling ready for the trading day today. I got lots of things to discuss on the charts this morning. Eddie, that interview you did yesterday was excellent. I hope everybody stuck around for it. I thought it was a very, very good interview. Thank you very much for that, Eddie. And looking forward to seeing what we've got going on here.
Well, you know what? Stick around because I know that we've got another interview. We're going to have Pedro Escobar, one of our funded traders, going to be with us for another interview. So what we've got going on today, there's a lot of news going on today, so I want to jump on this as quick as I can. Indices on Wall Street. Now, this is looking at one of the worst months of 2023. So we'll see. We've got just a few more days, actually just a couple more days here before we do see Rocktober. So Micron Technology, it fell steeply in the pre-market after U.S. chipmaker announced that a wider than expected first quarter loss. And we also have the Facebook owner, Meta Platforms, unveiling a new artificial intelligence powered product. So we'll talk about that also. But the U.S. futures stock hugged the flat line today with equities on a pace of their worst month of the year, as I mentioned before. S&P is right now, but earlier today added 0.1%, the Dow 0.1%, and NASDAQ was mostly unchanged. I met a guy that told me about Meta on Facebook, and I got this fly that's been my buddy here for the last 2 days. So if you see him, just say hi. But anyway, Meta Platforms is rolling out a range of new chatbots and stuff, artificial intelligence. And Zuckerberg said that he's dubbing it Meta Al, and that will be one of the things that they are adding. And my question is Zuckerberg human or alien? Either or, he is one rich mofo, and we'll go from that. But John, what do you got?
Well, economic information and output today. We had the GDP Q3 third attempt at an accurate prediction of what it was in Q3. They were looking for 2.1%, and that's exactly what it came out at, 2.1%. So no major shockers there. As far as jobless claims are concerned, the initial and continuing jobless claims came out lower than expected. Focusing on the initial jobless claims, they were looking for 215,000 new jobless claims, came out lower than that at 204,000 jobless claims. 8 o'clock right now, the Fed Chicago president Goolsbee is speaking as we speak, as we sit here. Some things coming out on the news right now about that, but we also have at 9 o'clock pending home sales, 9:30 natural gas inventories, and then at 3 o'clock after the close here today, Chairman Powell will be speaking as well. So as VIX is down a little bit this morning, 1796. Last I checked, dollar index still above 106, but off a little bit this morning at 106.34. And the yield on the 10-year continues to leak to the upside of 4.66, repeating as far as the percentage for the 10-year yield. So we've got, as far as economic information here this morning, Eddie.
Yes, we talked about this Evergrande. Did you know that these shares have been suspended, halted in Hong Kong today in the wake of a report that the embattled property developer's chair was under police surveillance.
Mm.
And I looked a little deeper and I couldn't find no explanation for the halt given by either Evergrande or the exchange. Oil prices down today, Thursday, but remain near the highest in more than a year. We did see after a fall of U.S. crude stocks that worried the tightness over global supply. So crude's jumped more than 30% in the past 3 months. And that's in response to our friends in Saudi Arabia and Russia. And we'll see what's going on. But, John, did you hear news from the White House? President Biden's dog Commander has had its 11th biting incident. So I wonder what they're going to do with that dog. The first dog bites another Secret Service officer.
They seem to be having trouble with the dogs at the White House. I'm thinking it's a training issue. It's not the dogs. It's how they're being trained. So they've got to work on their dog training a little bit there at the White House.
Do something, or at least change the cologne eau de beef. Something's kicking in. But hey, remember, folks, traders, friends, did you do your checklist today? Do you got a game plan? All right, let's make sure that we've got something that we can fall back on in case things aren't working correctly. But anyway, let's get going here. Let's get our charts up and ready. John, what do you got for us today?
Well, according to Lacey, we'll take a look at these charts. So, well, what did we do yesterday? We had another overlapping to lower range. We had volume increase again on a down day, but we lost open interest again. So there is a little bit of hollowness to that downside move yesterday. We've been talking about the idea that the auction to the downside has not been performing particular well, and I still don't think it's performing particular well, but it doesn't matter what I think. We're just working on trying to find the accurate context of these markets. Not suggesting the purchase or sale of anything, just trying to paint a picture of what's going on right now in the longer time frame. So that open interest loss indicates short covering off that low from yesterday. There was no new selling yesterday. I mean, that's that loss in open interest indicates that. Of course, it's not an exact science. So I'm still looking at an auction grade. The downside auction is still performing about average or even a little bit less than average because we've had 2 straight days, I think, let me double check here, 2 straight days of losses or inert open interest on this continuation to the downside. So the auction not performing exceedingly well. It doesn't mean that it can't continue. What we're looking for is new participation on the sell side below weekly kickoff low 13.25 even. We broke below it yesterday. We had a big move to the downside that finally met some short covering buying, leaving a potential excess low on the daily chart up against the 200 session moving average. Now, GDP came out today. The number is currently being digested by traders. There was no major surprises in the GDP. So I think we're going to move past that information relatively quickly, but it still doesn't mean that nothing is going to happen. As we all know, anything can happen. So I'm looking at a downside auction that hasn't been performing exceedingly well and a potential excess low on the daily chart. Look at the 30.
Okay.
All right. So there's that weekly kickoff level. Once we opened and broke below it, we put in that low through that 200 session moving average on the 30-minute on the daily chart. Buyers came back and just ripped this market right back. Now, when you think about a directional market, a market that's been moving lower consistently pretty much all month long, the opposite moves are going to be fast and vicious. Now, I don't know if anybody viewed this as fast and vicious, but it took a couple of hours to take back 4 hours of consistent downside movement. So I'm looking at this as, a pretty fast pull off that low, which kind of creates that potential excess low on the daily chart. As far as today is concerned, the market opened here at 5 o'clock last night, all the way up here. Stayed pretty close to the flat line. I don't think that there's an excessive overnight inventory. If there is, it's a little bit to the short side. We've had numbers come out already. We have Goolsby speaking. The market is trading inside the range from yesterday as well as inside the value area from yesterday. That suggests to me that I'm going to try and be patient today, let the market establish an early range and focus on the extremes of that range for my opportunities. Again, there's no guarantee. This is a hypothesis. So what did we do as far as the profiles are concerned? Yesterday was a normal variation day with excess at the low in the day session. In the day time frame session, we did leave a degree of excess. On the daily chart, there's a degree of excess on the low here. So my hypothesis is, because we're in the middle of the range, we're in value, stay patient, see what the market sets up as far as potential structure down below here for a potential opportunity. And of course, if we start to rip to the upside, if we start to show some meaningful participation above weekly kickoff high, then we maybe see a deeper pullback. Now, September, as Eddie mentioned, as you mentioned, Eddie, has been a terrible month. It's a down month all month long. It's the worst month in a long time. We're getting near the end of the month. We're getting near the end of the quarter. My suspicion is we may run into some profit taking today, tomorrow, end of the day, end of the month tomorrow, end of the quarter tomorrow. We have to see how this plays out. So just the hint of a downside auction that hasn't been performing well, a potential excess low, and potential profit taking put into today and into tomorrow. Tomorrow we have the PCE number coming out, which is going to be a huge number. Doesn't matter what it is, everybody will be watching it. Everybody will be peaked to respond to it. What does that mean for us today? We could, by all means, just find a nice, comfortable range and stay in that range all day today. Of course, we do have more numbers coming out, 9 o'clock, pending home sales. We'll see if that's impactful at all. So I think my main hypothesis is stay patient, let the market establish an early range, focus on those extremes for my opportunities. And if the market does fall into range-bound activity, range-bound structure here in the short time frame, I'll trade my short time frame strategy, which is buy low, sell high, buy low, sell high. If it becomes rotational and range-bound, that's the plan for today. Above weekly kickoff high, monitor for potential further pullback to the upside. And when we start getting into the lows from yesterday, that should certainly be also an interesting area. Now we closed one gap in the past here. We still have another gap on the day time frame, and that's regular trading hour gap all the way down at 42.49 to 42.40. If this market starts to grow legs down there, 42.40 is a really good visual target for continuation to the downside, because that's going to close the next gap to the downside. There are still gaps down below which represent weak structure, and wait till I show you the weak structure above in gold when we get to it. Let's move on to
crude.
NASDAQ. Natural crude, right? Natural NASDAQ here.
Natural NASDAQ.
So yesterday, we had a move to weekly kickoff low. It tested it. It rejected it. Although we added 3,300 in open interest on higher volume. So you see price moving lower on higher volume. That's positive for an auction process. We added 3,300 yesterday. Estimated that is also positive towards continuation of the downside, but I'm still not all that impressed. I'm looking at this if I gave the S&P auction process a C minus, I'm giving this basically a C. It's just kind of performing average. We had that same pullback yesterday, largely off the weekly kickoff low. The one major difference is the 200 session moving average is all the way down here. We tested to the 200 session moving average in the S&Ps. This is a function of the strength of AI, the strength of the tech sector, and the NASDAQ naturally has a much bigger way to fall because of that, if indeed it does. But again, this is representing potential excess on the low. Whenever you're questioning what that means, we'll look at potential excess in the past. Excess. Maybe it's a better look on the S&Ps, but look at the highs. Excess. So when we're looking for the end of an auction, where auctions are usually going to die in excess, in other words, price gets too cheap, sellers won't sell it, buyers take over, and a new upside auction begins. I'm not suggesting that the low is in these equities, but it may be for the time being. Take a look at the 30 here, Eddie.
Okay.
All right. So again, this is all about context, not direction, not choosing trade locations. That's up to each of you to make those decisions. So again, here's the profile. Here's the action from yesterday. Tested below weekly kickoff low. Rejection on the daily chart. The market comes up, comes back up near the highs, puts in a new high here in the NASDAQ by the end of the day, and then just falls back into range. Overnight, we opened here, and we're trading here. Overnight inventory, perhaps. Nothing tremendous, though. Inside range, inside value, kind of the same story, ladies and gentlemen. Looking to stay patient, let the market establish an early range and focus on those extremes. PCE coming out tomorrow, no major shakeups from the GDP today. A lot of folks probably will be kind of positioning and hedging themselves for the PCE numbers tomorrow. On the profile, it's a normal variation, extreme day. We have excess at the low. We have excess at the high. The market auctioned very well for both sides of the market yesterday, and we're still in that area. So we are kind of looking at a potential day where markets establish range and pretty much stick to those ranges all day. Of course, if something else happens, somebody says something, anything can happen. ACH, that's one of our acronyms here for the market, for the opening call here is ACH, baby. Anything can happen. Take a quick look into crude oil now. I'm kind of excited to show everybody the gold 30-minute chart because there's so much visual above current price. It's going to be an interesting day. Anyways, here's crude oil. Volume, higher. Open interest. We added 35,000 in open interest. This is a strong breakout to the upside, above the weekly kickoff high, above previous range. This is healthy for an upside move. My question then becomes, did we just trap a whole bunch of laggard longs up here? I mean, if everybody were buyers up here, there's a whole bunch of new buyers. If they're short time frame, they're going to be the quickest to bail out of this as well. We've got an overlapping to higher range today already in extended trading hours. The market crude has been open for 20 minutes. So this upside continuation, I'm giving a B because it brought in volume, it brought in open interest. My question is, near the end of the quarter, near the end of the month, after a big up move for the entire month. I mean, we started here this month and it's been pretty much straight up ever since. There's got to be some profit taking perhaps in the wind here at some point. No guarantees of anything, but just looking at where we are, here's the 30-minute chart. All right, so big up move yesterday. We're starting, in essence, right at weekly kickoff high, 91.80, went up to it, stayed above it, tested back to it, and then ran to the upside. Overnight high, recent high in overnight trading session, in the overnight session. Markets tend not to like that. All-time highs and overnight lows and all-time lows that occur in the overnight tend to be retested. So be careful today. The market basically kind of giving us a slightly short overnight inventory. We're in range, we're in value. On the profile, it's kind of hard to see here, but there's a distribution of time and volume here. Then the market rallies, and there's a distribution of time and volume here. The market just opened between the high volume nodes of both of those areas of time and volume. There is a tendency to create a repair day, which means that the market might test down to the high volume node in this area of time and volume, and this area of time and volume. The point of control is obvious to see up here. You have to take an assumed point of control, which I'm thinking is pretty close to last week's high, as a potential target for a move to the downside, perhaps a rotation back to a move back to the point of control from the upper distribution. And so, over and above the fact that it might fall into repairs, the fact that we opened in range and value, stay patient. When we open in range and value, the market is opening in balance. Better trade locations may appear later on in the session. When we open out of range and out of balance, sometimes the best locations occur very early in the session. So we have to just kind of stay patient. In all three of the markets we've looked at so far, the market is in range and in value. Stay patient.
Cool. And
now, gold.
Gold
market.
Bird on the wire. Check this out, man. Settlement. My goodness.
Eddie's market. So, hang on a second here. This is goofy. No, that's right. Okay. So we've had the breakout here, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. This big move to the downside brought in some pretty decent volume, but we also lost open interest. Is this like shorts still trying to get out of this market with losing open interest? I would think on a move of this magnitude, we would have had a whole bunch of new sellers coming into this market going, all right, this is a technical breakout. The dollar's strong. This market's going lower. Let's all get in, but it didn't happen. So the auction process isn't doing that well. I mean, it's hard to give it anything better than a C, but I'm giving it a B- because of the momentum of the activity from yesterday. Take a look at the 30 now, Eddie. There's so much information on this 30.
Yeah, just sitting on that settlement line. Bird on the wire.
Yeah, so it was a trend day to the downside yesterday. It's hard for me to believe that that's all longs liquidating, all just people still stuck long trying to get out, and that's what that open interest indicates. Of course, open interest is not an exact science. I'm just surprised we didn't see a whole bunch of new sellers coming into this market at this point. So the market really just stayed really close to the bone overnight, right to settlement. No real overnight inventory. The number came out and jerked it around a little bit. There's a lot of space down below in this market for it to continue this downside move. What my concern is all of the visual and weak structure that we've left above this market. Now, green line, naked point of control from yesterday, a gap from yesterday's regular trading hour to the previous days. We have a naked point of control here as well. I'm going to move this up here because it needs to be a little bit more accurate. There it is. So there's our naked point of control from the day before yesterday. And then another gap. And then another naked point of control. And then another naked point of control. And then another gap. And that takes us all the way back to weekly kickoff high. So there's recent visuals a go-go, if you will, above this market. We can't continue this move to the downside. all of these visual targets are our targets. Traders will be looking at them, and when traders are looking at levels, they tend to make price move towards them. So I'm looking, this settlement price, this bird on a wire, as Eddie calls it, is on the wire for us. Yesterday's low is really going to be pivotal. If we can't bring in business down below there, you may see some shorts starting to cover. You may see some of these. Anybody that ended up getting short yesterday, which I don't think there's that many of them, would be the first ones to start that fire back up to the upside. Even if you don't trade crude today, I think it's worthwhile to keep an eye on that market today. There's going to be a lot to learn about, about what it means when there's a whole bunch of weak structure and a whole bunch of visual targets above price. We'll see what happens by the end of the day.
Johnny, beautiful. I give you an A.
Thank you.
I give you an A.
Thank you very much.
All right. Hey, we've got 8:26 Chicago time. Coming up next, Fast Market. We've got Mike Patak in the wings, and we'll have our intern go get him. But we'll be right back with Fast Market.
Let's get it.
Does everybody know what time it is?
I sure hope so. It is Fast Market time with our good friends, Michael Patak and John Hoagland. Good morning, Michael. How are you today?
I'm doing well. I'm going to share my day yesterday. I did a rookie trader mistake, but we're going to talk about that in a bit. Horses getting in the corral or getting in the gate.
Yes, we've got a couple minutes here. Get your horses ready, and we'll fire that up. But I see you got an old school Topstep trader hat on.
Yeah.
And I got a haircut, and I got my haircut. I'm like 35 years younger. I'm like 10
and about maybe 6 pounds lighter.
I know, right? What's up, guys? What's up? Goat, Dante, Andy, the Rooster, No Code Dad, Low Key. What's up? I'm feeling better today. Hopefully, we're gonna rock these markets.
Good.
We are certainly going to look, and as far as the GDP, it came out as expected today, Michael. We are looking at the PCE numbers tomorrow, which should be huge. We have talking Fed that just spoke, maybe already, maybe still be speaking. He's talking long run inflation expectations are well anchored, can help lower inflation with less economic pain than previously. So he's painting a rather rosy picture here, at least in the first couple of things that I've looked at. So, but we're right in the middle of the range from yesterday, Michael. We're in range. We're in value. My suggestion usually is we're going to try and stay patient this morning. Let the market kind of establish a range and then focus on those extremes for our possibilities. And
all right, let's
see number coming out tomorrow.
Let's get the horses in.
We got it going, Johnny.
Yep.
All right, horses in. We're inside a minute here with the open. Costco selling gold. What?
Yeah, I noticed. I read that too.
All right, got a minute here, and
I wonder if they're going to sell that right next to the hot dogs.
Can I get a sample?
Their hot dogs are like 4 cents.
$1.50 for like a 2-foot hot dog.
Yeah, and they're always going to be that way, he says.
Right?
That's cool.
All right,
and
we're
they're
open.
good. All right, we are open and they're off, spinning around the turn. Whoa, silence.
Okay.
Just watching.
Just watching.
All right.
An 18-point opening range so far on the NASDAQ, 21, 22, 25, 27, 35. No, 27. 27. Opening range in the S&P is 5.5. Almost at the end of the minute here.
Is the minute, the high from the minute?
Yeah, the opening range is the minute. So opening range high currently in the NASDAQ is 702. And currently the opening range low is 670. So 32 points in the opening range right now. A little bit risky.
32 points in the opening range right now. Let's. All right, what are you liking down here, John? We kind of
Nothing.
Yeah, okay. We kind of poked our head out of made new low.
From the overnight low. That's the only thing that I'm looking at.
That's the only thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody listening, watching, see something different, post it here in YouTube, and we'll take a look at it.
Please do. That was very helpful.
S&P's just took one tick look above the opening range. One little tick look. NASDAQ still in the opening range.
Baby steps, man. Baby steps.
Anybody know why they call it a tick?
I think it goes back to the stocks when they were using ticker tapes.
There you go. Why did they call it ticker tapes? This is a never-ending question. Maybe it's because the sound it made on the ticker machine.
Eddie, coming over there.
Well, the sound effect guy's got to say something, right?
Yeah.
All right, we got 70% on the S&P longs.
We just took out the high of the opening range. We're kind of testing it again.
High of the opening range. What's the high of the opening range? 90.
In the S&P, the high of the opening range is 09. High of the opening range in the NASDAQ is 702, but we just took out the low of the opening range in the NASDAQ. So this is our second test below the overnight low.
Second test for the overnight low.
Yeah, what's the tilt now?
60-40 to the
pretty much
to the bullish side.
Oh, really? 60-40 longs, huh?
60-40 the other way, the exact opposite way with the NASDAQ.
Yeah, because they went opposite directions. The S&P is trading the high of the opening range, and the NASDAQ's trading the low of the opening range.
Yeah.
What was that?
It kind of strips your gears when shit like that happens.
Oh yeah.
My goodness.
So I took a short out there right out of the gate, just in one lot. I made $300, but I was trying to go light and tight, no short.
Well, Caesar's saying based on our journal this week, MP may better wait a bit to execute his first trade.
Yeah, I got a story.
Notes.
I got a story for you guys yesterday.
Does it start with Once Upon a Time?
Yes.
Once upon a time.
Once upon a time.
Okay, I'm sitting. Gather around, kids.
This trader who's been trading for 20 years traded like a complete. Jack, can I say a-hole?
You just said it, so keep going.
No,
I'm in the office today, MP, so my talking might be limited, but you can say the whole thing if you want, because you definitely traded like an asshole.
Mom, there you go. Mom and dad are on vacation, so I can get away with anything. No, I did exactly what Jack said. I'm going to talk about it here in a second. We're moving still. 75% of folks are long. So that is either, and you got all these moving averages just on a 5 minute. No, who cares about that? But moving averages, the 50, the 100, all above here next to settlement. Doesn't want to do a return to settlement play. I know it got me yesterday a couple of times. Did a return to settlement, missed the first one, the second one. It went way past settlement enough that I bought roughly around the lows. Got stopped out roughly around the lows because I bought it right around settlement. So the return to settlement play is always something that we should be watching.
NASDAQ's traded both sides of the opening range.
Stupid, but ballsy.
I got short 01s. Keeping this one light. I got a 2-lot on. 01s trading right here, right now. John, give me something on the 01s. Anything that you see?
And I mean, in the daytime frame, it's a little bit of a high volume node right here, 01.
Yeah. Okay.
Right here. Pretty short time frame though.
Yeah.
Where'd you get in on that trade? We need numbers.
01s, sorry, 01s, 701s. It was a 2-lot. I just shaved one off. 70% S&Ps are long. 82, guys, 82% of NASDAQ folks are long.
Now, in the NASDAQ here, Mike, we've taken 2 looks down below the overnight low, and we haven't been able to really maintain any price down there, any activity down there. The opening range is the low of the day in the S&Ps still so far. The S&Ps never took out the overnight low. You're looking good here.
Nah, I covered that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Right, you're flat? Okay.
Yeah, I'm flat now.
So yeah, you basically scratched that trade, maybe a little bit of a profit.
Yeah, I got out. No, I got out right when I round it. I'm gun shy, and I'll tell you guys why I'm gun shy too. Because I put myself in a damn hole yesterday, and then I called it a day because I was being disciplined. And then I talked to my risk manager, Mick, while I was talking to him. The market was setting up really nicely. I liked it. I got short again, made back $3,000 all the way up to $75 up or $60 up, whatever it was. Coming back on the show, talked about making it all back up. Jeez.
Yeah, you visited us during group coaching yesterday to tell us that he had succeeded in recovering his losses.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Mike. That's 2 days where you've traded later in the day and kicked some ass on that. That might be something.
I've been cheating on my trading plan this week on those days. Yesterday, John, I came on and I said, "Hey, I made it all back. I made $3,100 back, and I was up $75." And I felt okay about it. Usually, I get out of the hole, I feel better. But I felt like, and John goes, "Why?" I go, "I felt like I cheated on my trading plan." I went to talk to my risk manager, which anybody as a live trader or at the funded level, you can talk to your risk manager. You want no DLL, remove it. You want one that's tighter, we'll help you. All that kind of stuff. So he's like, Mick goes, "Do you want me to open up to 5?" I'm like, "Oh, open me up to 5. If I hit 5, I'm done." So I brought it down. I was down 3,100. Talking to him, put a short on. Short sold off. It was a good sell off. You guys can see yesterday. See the sell off yesterday, and then I'll talk about the rally. So sold off yesterday. I covered up $75. Jump on the show. Hey, Hoag. Hey, everybody. Look at what I did. This is so great. And then I proceeded to go over here and start working. Had a meeting. But keep my eye over here. I'm like, oh, whoa, this rally. Okay, it's back up to where I sold it, right there, where I sold it. And I sold it around the 14.675s or 70s, and it only went up to like 84. So my 15 handle stop didn't get hit. Sold all the way down. to like 14, 6, 18, around there. Not doing anything. I'm like, okay, cool. Rallies all the way back up to the same spot. I get short again. I should have been done trading. Remember, John? I told you I was going to be done.
Yeah.
I wasn't. So I put a short on, and then I added to it, and then it kept rallying. I'm like, oh, it's just extending itself. It's coming up to settlement. I'm like, okay, it was seeking settlement. Came up to settlement. I still have a short on. And then I got stopped out. And then I put it right back on. And then I got stopped out. Then I put it right back on. Look at the effing rally that went all the way up at the end of the day from 1 o'clock in Chicago time for the next hour. I held the position for an hour and ended the day down. It was at 5,100 down. And then by the time I got so whippy and I got liquidated, it was like $4,700. $4,700. I gave away all last week, all that work I put in last week, gone. That's the shitty part about trading. That's the love-hate. I hate it. I hated it then. I kind of still love it. But I've been doing it for however many years. That was just trading like an asshole. It's
strange how experience doesn't necessarily save you from that emotion. I mean, the only thing that can save you from becoming emotional and doing these things is you. I mean, you said you were done. You got it all back. You were like, oh, I feel much better. This is great. And you had to jump back in.
Okay, so then really quickly, this on the board started it off down 3,100 with a red day that I said, all right, I'm going to call it a red day. Then I get back on. I talked to Mick, and I ended up the day, talked to you, and it was actually plus $30 all the way back. I'm happy, but I felt like I cheated on my wife. It's just like I cheated on my trading plan. And then I get back in. I decided I should trade again, and it's 46.90, 4,000, and I didn't make more than that last week. I made like 3,200 last week. So 2 weeks of trading, and it cost me $800. Welcome to the world of trading. That's again why you don't quit your day job. Why this is also a great business to have as a secondary income if you are a disciplined trader. I was not.
That's right. It stinks.
Yes.
There's my story.
Man.
There's my sob story. I needed to get it out there, kind of like talking to the therapist. So there you go.
Well, it helps.
Yeah, I hope somebody learned something from that. I told you guys yesterday you should fade me. Thank God you didn't fade me. Well, you should have faded me all day. You would have been just fine. But for every buyer, there's a seller. So somebody did the opposite of every one of my positions.
I was looking for a vicious pullback yesterday, but not until after 2 o'clock. So at 1 o'clock, I went and grabbed something to eat, and by the time I came back, it was already underway. I was like,
"Yep, it was underway," and the floor fell out, and then all of a sudden, and I called Andre. All of a sudden, it just started rallying, and I'm like, "Why the f is it rallying so hard?" And then I was short, and then it just kept going above the high. It made a high. I think the high.
Yeah, it made a new high for the day.
In an hour from the low of the day. Guys, it was a rip your face off rally. So I'm like, nah, I'm not even going to. I just caught up in the majority. I was part of the people were like, get short. And I'm like, I did. Stopped out. Slammed on more at the very end. And then Mick, I hit the 5,000. Mick goes, you want me to increase it? I go, F no, dude. Like, I don't even. And I was just upset with myself. So I had a risk manager to talk to. Everybody, you have the risk management team. The tap on the shoulder, I'm sure Mick's going to talk about me today because that's probably one of the shittier traders of yesterday on the whole live team. And thank God I'm backing traders, and I'm not. This isn't my sole source of income is trading. But it's only 2 weeks. My whole point here is hopefully everybody learns no matter what I do here.
We're going to have weeks like this. We're going to have days.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to have months like this. It's just a matter of we've got to get through it.
Evan, you were long on the NQ from the bottom yesterday. Hell yeah.
So there's a lesson in that, and there's a market lesson in this. when the market is directional in one way, like the equities have been down, the moves in the opposite direction are vicious. And I would call that pop yesterday on the NASDAQ and the S&Ps vicious.
It was vicious, so much so that you're like, it's not. And then you get in this mentality that's like, it's not going to keep going. Well, it was going to keep going. Like, we were just out on our lows of the day. We just got up the settlement. I got a 50 period and a 100 period up here. It ripped through the 50 above the settlement. Watch your 30-minute. 30-minute settlement, hit the settlement. Then it hit the 50. Then it hit the 100. And it just went through them like butter. So, like, I don't know. Like, it just, like, I got shellacked yesterday. And I didn't have to be in that position because I already had my day back. So, right. It's all about, like, managing emotions, controlling behaviors, and knowing when to put it away.
And just an interjection right here in about 15 minutes. We've got a number coming up here, top of the hour. So pending home sales, previous 0.9%, they're looking at a negative 0.8 home sales month over month for August. So we'll make sure that we get that number out right away.
I got nothing on the board, 60-40, 56-43, or whatever it is. I just need to make this whole numbers. They're in like decimals. Now that's on the tilt, guys, for the sisters, the S&P and the NASDAQ, 60-40. Opposite, 60-40 long, 60-40 short. 60-40 short on the S&P is short, 60%, the higher number.
I'd like to, real quick here, thank everybody. The thing was give MP a coaching tip. And we got a lot of good stuff coming in here from our traders.
I noticed that. Yeah, I was reading that.
Dang it.
Bobby Sutton, I appreciate your honesty, MP. It's good to talk about, to get it out and to get back to plan. Good stuff, Bobby Sutton. Yeah.
We did Topstep TV and said, we're not here to be somebody's like guiding light and what to do in their actual trading, but we're trying to be guiding lights in a shared experience of like, here's what I went through. Hopefully you can learn through it, and then hopefully you can, you're a product of free will. Like, hopefully you're taking that information and you're improving whatever it is, your trading plan, your emotions, or just feeling better by misery loves company. I don't know, or just feeling more confident because I got smoked and you didn't. Like, all these emotions and all this stuff. Hopefully you take something from that. That's my goal. That's our goal. And then you bring it into Topstep. You bring it in the combine. You bring it in the fund account. You bring it to the live account. That's why Topstep was created. I had ripped through three $30,000 trading accounts, real money. But here's how I'm looking at it, Eddie. Excuse me, and Hoag. I passed with last week. I'm considering passing a 50K, and then I got myself on an XFA. Like, hypothetically, and then it just blew out of my XFA.
Yeah.
Now I'm back in the combine. I paid $50. I didn't lose $4,700 in my kids' college fund, which I do have, and like a 40 whatever B, some shit like that.
Well, you know how to get there. You've did it already. You're back in the trading combine. All right. Been there, done that. So you know how to get to the XFA.
Yeah. So Ryan, you're right. Too many contracts for a 50K. I probably did. I had 7 on at one point. So would that have happened in the XFA? No, I would have had a daily loss limit of $1,000 that I would have called it a day, and I would have been officially done at Topstep. I would have been officially done. Now, I could have definitely called the risk manager, but they wouldn't change it for the day. They change it prior day. They're not a real-time risk managers that you can, hey, move me here every 15 minutes. But you can move it. You can move it. When you're up there, remove it, move it, however you want to do it. But yeah, you're right.
Michael, you're not here just on luck. Let's put it that way. And I saw you trading in the pit. I knew how you traded in the pit. And, even the best of the best have these slumps, and I mean, things are turning around. Last week, you had a great week. It's this week, you're flat, which, I mean, it doesn't hinder.
I'm down on the week. 4,700 on the week. Last week, I made 3,200. So there's your 1,500 down.
Okay, so you're 1,500. That's a day's work.
And then, I think it's just been a really, really tough week because Monday I scratched the day. Monday, Tuesday, and then I come in the Wednesday thinking, well, today the market has to give me money. You've been there.
It has to be my day.
Of course it does. I'm working too hard to be getting nothing out of this. All this shit doesn't effing matter because the market's going to do whatever it wants to do. Clearly yesterday, rallied in 1 hour, however many handles. What was that? 560 up to.
Yeah. Here's a question for you.
Hold on, it rallied 150 handles, like around there. Like, come on, with no pause.
Yeah, I just missed my opportunity when we took a look below the overnight low in the S&Ps. I'm going to cancel these for now.
If we're not bumming somebody out, I don't know what's going on. Oh, it's all good. New day. It's a new ANEW, and that's the fun part about trading.
Too much gabbing going on here. I keep missing stuff.
I know. Let's get back to it. It's 60-40 still. 53-46. I'm saying this because it's a decimal.
So the positive thing here is that we are learning something. Even though we're not putting up positive P&L, like John says, paid education.
Well, I mean, Monday, Tuesday were second best winning day, scratch day. So I was definitely proud of myself. I was proud of myself in a good but kind of like icky kind of feeling. I don't like the word icky, but like dirty feeling because I didn't honor my loss limit rules, and I had my risk manager open it up.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you today.
Oh no, right?
You cheated on me.
I cheated on you. Yeah, I did. I did cheat on you, Hug, because I told you. Yes, I did. And I was already feeling bad because I cheated on the whole community here by talking to Mick and then opening it up.
And it was just awful. Oh, just awful.
Shame.
Okay, it's 60-40. 60 to longs, NASDAQ. Crude oil traders, you guys don't have anything different either. 55-45 on the longs.
Check on gold here. We told everybody to keep an eye on what was going to happen here.
All right, so you got your 50 up here in the NASDAQ, folks. You got your 50s at the 33. You got your 100 at the 47, and you got your settlement at 40.
Now, we've had a lot of folks asking to add VWAP. I've added VWAP. It's this little yellow line right here. So we're coming right up to VWAP. That is a level that a lot of people have requested, so I've thrown it on there. You can also see it here in real time, depending on where the cursor is.
Ripped right through it really quickly. Now, it doesn't mean you're getting stopped out because
it's a zone like everything.
It's a zone like everything. 50's above it, settlements above it, 100's above it. What's that other line right above that? The yellow line right above the hundo?
That is the standard deviation from VWAP.
Yeah, okay. So here's what, like, this is why we keep things like
simple.
We're starting to get a little bit too much, guys. Starting to get a little bit too much. This is where it's like, well, what about
that? Take that off.
Oh, cool. I like that. Okay, so rip through the VWAP. Yeah, rip through the VWAP, butter. 50 moving average, pushing on it. 75% longs in the NASDAQ. Longs are getting paid.
Oh, man. Looking at the NASDAQ, I missed the fact that the S&Ps went down below the overnight low and came back in. Tried to squeeze my way into it, didn't get it, and now look at it.
Astrology for traders. Yeah, charting can be astrology for traders.
Missing a lot of stuff.
Okay. 35's up here. Do you like anything with the 35s? The settlement is 38.
No.
Return to settlement. Okay, no. 45s and sorry, like 45-ish is a hundo moving average, which it has if you like 30-minute charts. It has bounced off of that, John. Look at overnight.
Mhm.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, I told you I'm not talking to you today, so.
Well, that's fine. I don't need a friend anymore. I gotta go to pick up a puppy this afternoon anyway.
Here's a comment on YouTube from Daniel Anderson. Says, you guys say don't quit your day job, but when you guys traded in the pits, wasn't it your only income?
No, I bartended.
Yeah, I my family had a bar and a restaurant. I bartended too.
Yeah, I can pick up 4 to 5. Go ahead, Eddie.
Now, the thing with having a second job is most jobs operate during trading hours. Well, I mean, you could trade here at Topstep for 22 hours.
Uber doesn't. Uber's 24/7. You can do whatever you want nowadays, guys. You have the gig economy is right there. Becoming an independent contractor and picking up side jobs. There's websites so you can just post, hey, I'm a engineer and I like to code. I don't know, whatever you want to frame yourself at. And then there's a lot of independent contractors here, or entrepreneurs here at Topstep. We did a survey, lots.
Right.
And a lot of them have the gig economy or the gig businesses. Etsy. I mean, can't you be an artist on Etsy?
I tried that.
My wife.
Don't recommend Etsy. It's huge.
You go into my garage, you just take a picture of it, and you're like, "There's abstract art."
There you go. That's good though. Art is a good venue. Real quick here. In about 5 minutes, we got pending home sales. Check, make sure if you've got a position on. Check, double check, triple check if you want to keep it, or if you want to make sure that you are off the books.
Thanks for the heads up, Eddie. Awesome. That's why we have Eddie
Yes.
too. See, we got 2 people right now making money on Etsy. Sorensen and Loki.
Michael, we tested below the overnight low. Our overnight high is really kind of the next area that I'm really interested in. But we've got to get through the 100 session settlement and all that before that.
Well, this number could do a lot of knife through butter type stuff, or whatever. Knife through butter through knife, moving average 50, 100, whatever.
Illiquidity.
Yeah, just bake the damn bread.
S&Ps are, they're thinned a little bit, but I wouldn't call this necessarily.
72% NASDAQ. So you still got the longs in here.
What about 4 minutes to pending home sales?
65% S&P. So we got leaning on the longs. Crude oil, 65%. So longs are playing. They're coming in here a bit. Nothing to write home to mom about. I don't think I ever wrote home to mom when I was in college. Emails. Sorry, Daddy. Emails. Yeah.
Yeah, a thing called a phone.
Yeah, exactly.
Much easier.
I never took my pigeon to freshman year with me.
your messenger pigeon.
Yeah.
Here, take this to mom. Fly, my friend.
72% long.
2 on the clock here. Now, pending home sales month over month, they're expecting a negative 0.8% versus the prior of a positive 0.9. So I'm
70% S&P, 72% NASDAQ, long. Guys, you're hearing longs. I've only spoke on the long side today for the sisters, the equities. So do with that what you will, but remember, mark this on your calendar. It's leaning towards a tilt. Tilt, in my opinion, is 80.
Too long or too short.
Yeah, tilting one way or the other. Hence the tilt. And there's your longs getting paid. Your longs getting paid.
I should be in this. Dang it. Well, I've missed better trades.
Yeah.
remember there'll be another bus right behind it.
Yep. Yeah, we are getting pretty thin here in the S&Ps now. We're down to double digits mostly.
All right, pending home sales month over month, August, coming out here in just a few seconds. See what they got for us today. All right, negative 7.1. So they got the negative right, but it was much, much deeper than expected.
Jeez.
Negative 7.1% pending home sales month over month for August.
There's your longs getting paid. There's your butter through knife or knife through butter.
Well, what does that mean? Does that mean like interest rates are finally starting to cut off home sales, and that's bad news but good news? Man. That's it.
Coming up here in about 30 minutes, if you're trading nat gas, we've got that at 9:30. So natural gas, folks, that's you really got to pay attention to that one. Oh, gold sort of still just hanging around that settlement.
Shaw saying in a normal world, the market would be tanking right now, but it's not a normal world. Bad news is good news. Good news is bad news. You got the leaf blower going again out there, huh, Michael?
That's exactly what
Yeah.
yeah. Hey, you know what happened last week or yesterday when the leaf blower guy came through? That's like a Lacey call. Oh, the market sold off. Okay.
Where did it go to in the S&Ps? 43.25. Weekly kickoff. If I were long down there, I would be certainly lightening up here.
I like to get long or short up here, but I'm playing the contrarian game. Are you liking anything up here? I mean, you got the overnight, not the overnight.
Well, it's a little different story in the S&Ps. We've got weekly kickoff, which we buried down below. We traded back to and didn't hold above at the end of the day yesterday. It held as resistance all night long. We've got our overnight high in the S&Ps here at 8.25, and we've got yesterday's regular trading hour session high at 31.75. So there's a few things kind of looking interesting up here. But I missed my opportunity when we broke below the overnight low and came back in. I tried to squeeze my way in. I did not get a fill. That's okay. My goal is really to try and be patient, let the early range establish itself. So I don't want to fight anything up here necessarily. I mean, we could be trading against weekly kickoff high because it limits risk, but I want to see if it tests the overnight high and then comes back in. Then it might be something to act upon. But in the NASDAQ, the NASDAQ is a little bit of a different story. I mean, weekly kickoff low we tested yesterday on the low end. We're testing the weekly kickoff high and the S&Ps on the high end today.
Where's it at again? Just the level on the weekly
kickoff low in the NASDAQ is 14,610. So we looked below the overnight low. We rejected. Our overnight high is all the way up here in the NASDAQ at 794. 794 is our overnight high. So if I'm going to be patient, wait for a range to establish itself. I'd like to see what happens at the overnight high. If we get above it and come back in, that might start to give me an inkling of a potential range area for the day if it stays. I mean, there's no guarantees, right?
No guarantees in life.
Hey, can we get a tilt on crude and gold?
Crude is 55% long, 64% long NASDAQ, 60% long S&P. So you got these longs getting paid. Maybe some of them are peeling off. Remember when it still stays up here and it goes from like 70 to around 80? And they have big longs. And then you see it come down to 60. You can pretty much say that the longs either took profits and there's longs looking for bigger moves.
Checking gold here. Sorry. NASDAQ. So we're pretty long in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, aren't we, until?
Not really. 63%, 60%.
Yeah, we got to get those up to 80.
Yeah, you see it up to 80. I think those are the ones showing up late to the party, but it ain't there yet.
Right.
There's your little pullback.
Well, hey, you know what? I got some good news. Today in the cafeteria, they're serving sloppy joes.
Yeah.
Like in school. What are they serving for lunch? Sloppy joes. Cool. We got the hot streak ready to go. You guys ready for the hot streak?
Yeah.
And here it is. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, I'm not playing the siren. Lewis T with 11 days. Congratulations. Profit 2,586. Lewis was on the list yesterday. Cesserline, 50K account, 11 days tied with that top spot, 3,455. James Z on that list, obviously yesterday, 100K, 9 days, 7,418. Booyah!
Wow, that's nice.
Mark M. Okay, 8 days, first time on the list, 5,185. And Peter C. 8 days, 1,384. Could that be Peter Cetera, the singer of the band Chicago?
Chicago, maybe.
Might
Fuck
be.
you guys. I would have no clue. Give me 1,000 tries. I would not have known that.
Well, remember the name game we used to play on the trading floor? Did you ever play that game, Mike? Name game where you would...
No, if anything, I don't remember people's names very well. And nothing against anybody.
This is Eddie speaking, by the way. Aha! Yes. Oh. All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen in the back behind the curtain. That was a nice graphic.
Yeah, that was great, guys. Cameron was yesterday leader. What was he at? 12, 13?
I think 13. 13.
Yeah. What a great run. Young kid, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Got a good runner of winning days.
I mean, these are all really, really good runs, you know.
They're all good.
And the thing is, too, don't be disheartened if, you know, oh, man, I got a losing day. Look at the big picture. You know, 1 out of 13 days were bad. I mean, that's really good. I mean, it's awesome. So maybe he takes today off. Maybe he doesn't. You know, it depends on what kind of trader you are, and starts that back again. But look at the bigger picture. Don't worry about the streak. You know, start putting weeks together, and then, you know, see what your month is. You know, 3 out of 25 days, losing days. That's awesome. Well, Dante says weekly kickoff highs sound like a good place to short. Liking your weekly kickoff highs. Dante, what are you trading, man? You're trading NASDAQ?
Well, if he's trading against the weekly kickoff level today, he's trading the S&Ps.
Okay. Dante's old school. Dante's been with us for many years.
Yes, he
Oh,
has.
is that Dante? Yeah, Dante. Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
He was at our little get together.
That's
Dennis.
yeah. Hell yeah. How you
You're
doing?
not supposed to say that. That's why I put Dante in there, man. Now people know who he
Well,
is.
it's all right.
We're gonna look him up in the yellow pages and
Yeah, his name's Michael. Got it all figured out. I mean, there's so many. Kind of wish I had a unique name.
What is a unique name? I mean,
like John?
I don't know.
John, Mike.
Buddy of Andre's kid's named Xerxes.
Xerxes.
XE something. Andre.
That's a mythological name.
I think it is.
Wow. So it's Greek, right?
Yeah. Okay, 70% NASDAQ longs. I mean, these longs are holding for the most part. It got up to like 75.
I always wanted the name Dionysus.
Oh, come on.
Dionysus.
Yes, the god of wine.
You gotta remember Dante's Inferno.
I've always wanted the name Candy, and I was going to go down to Gary, Indiana, get a job.
Candy. I know a girl whose name is actually Candace.
Oh,
Candy is.
joking. I was like making a, if you guys would have known what's in Gary, Indiana, but not a good joke.
Or even moved to Hershey's, Pennsylvania. Hershey's.
Michael Pole Patak. I don't know about that. I'm actually Czech. I'm not a Pole.
Are you really? I didn't know that.
Yuxamash.
Dobje.
Whoa, that's all I know.
Yashismaria.
Oh, come on, Eddie.
That's what my grandma used to say. And that's like the thing. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Yashismaria. So you could say that after every bad trade.
I mean, I kind of say cheese and rice sometimes.
Cheese and rice.
Better than that's better than the alternative.
Yeah, but I think whoever higher power you look to probably has or not. My brother's, I think, an atheist. May have a sense of humor. If you're going with humor.
Rusty Golfer says, my name is Dusty.
Ooh.
Never met another one. Remember Dusty Rhodes, the wrestler?
Yeah, JT, I did pull the trigger. I was up. Now I'm down. $400.
Oh,
Yeah, I know I'm down.
we should just put it on your screen then, so we can know.
I mean, yeah, put it on there. Nothing to hide. It's been the hardest week of trading for me.
Hey.
You can tell.
Hey, Michael, I need you to share your screen on video if we're going to show it.
Oh, okay, cool. That's how
Share, my friend.
behind I am on everything.
Shaw, have you ever seen a platypus? Yes, God has a sense of humor.
That is a weird animal.
Come on.
Yeah.
So-
God's saying,
Can't you take a joke?
There you go.
Yes,
Life's a lot more fun when you don't take it so seriously. You know where I heard that? Besides, it's a common line. Bill Veeck. You know who I'm talking about?
yeah.
Speaking of that, there's a Netflix.
Yep. Just
Did
got
you
done
watch
watching
that?
it. Oh my God, Eddie! You guys,
5-star.
you Chicago boys, whoo, you'll love it. It's gonna remind you so much. It's gonna remind you so much of your childhood. Really, Comiskey.
He's owner of the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, not an owner of a lonely heart. No, owner of the Chicago White. Bill Veeck. I tell you I gave it 5 stars. 5 stars, hands down.
Oh, you watched it?
I watched it, and at the end, you got a tear in your eye.
I actually got a tear in my eye at the end. It's
Yeah.
so father-daughter.
Taking that risk, stepping over the line. And you know what? What I really loved about it, I can relate with Topstep, is it was constantly what the people want. What do they want? And you hear at Topstep, I mean, God, we have company meetings. We have departments that focus on this. What do the traders want? Let's bring what the traders want. And I think that's why we've got all the love that we see.
Yeah, but we don't. Just so we don't bring everything you want. We're not here to.
No, neither
entertain
did
you
they.
in the markets. We're here to help get you better in the markets. But this is where I think TopstepTV is a little bit more. What do you guys want for that? This is what we think is entertaining enough to distract you a bit from over trading. I wouldn't say distract, keep you from over trading.
Mm.
Free pizza, Roy says. Oh, speaking of Eddie, I of course we were talking about Pequods, and of course my Facebook or whatever picks up who's ever probably talks. I had a Pequods ad pop in there. They're doing delivery around the United States.
That's what I hear.
Oh, your Facebook picked it up too and started shoving ads in your face around.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is damn good pizza.
Yeah. Where's the socks? We got to get that sock game going. I have been distracted. I know Mac told me to mail all the socks, and they're going to the boxes of them, and they're going to start doing it.
One size fits none. So, well, they had the opportunity at our little get together this summer.
Oh, fixed air moon. That was a great one. Hell yeah. Watch MP over trade so we don't have to.
They have to.
I'm doing God's work. Thank you.
I saw that. I didn't want to say anything. I'm glad you picked that up.
Oh, no. I like it down here. I like it here. I like it. Everybody's like, okay, that's the guy I'm either just
Let's talk to Chanel about.
Yeah.
Let's talk to Chanel.
Back down to settlement, Hug. Back down to settlement on the NASDAQ. And he's the 50-period moving average is right here. Will it honor it to the downside?
No, you got VWAP, which is 727. A lot of folks focus on VWAP. Maybe something you want to throw in your quiver.
What's that?
Your quiver.
Hey, just a reminder.
The arrows.
Natural gas coming up in about 13 minutes. Nat gas traders, heads up.
I guess.
So if you want to throw an arrow at it, you would take an arrow out of your quiver.
Mm-hmm. And then when you pull it all the way back, I heard it's called home drawn. I think because it's a Killer song, and he goes, "I really like," and he explains the song, and I'm a huge Killers fan. He's like, you draw it back, home drawn arrows. It's a good part of the song.
He's talking about the band, folks. Okay.
Yeah.
He's not in the serial killers. No, the band.
Yeah.
Well, here it is. It's at VWAP right now. Let's see what happens.
My goodness.
Right through.
Scared us, John.
Yeah.
No, everybody talks about VWAP, and I've had it on my charts. I've taken it off my charts. I've had it on. I've taken it off, trying to understand the rave about VWAP.
Yep. So I got long right at VWAP, 726 quarter. We're below settlement. We're below settlement. So that's ripped through settlement. Got caught on that one yesterday. Got that.
Well, you are in with company. Wally Garrett, I absolutely murdered this morning. Hit my 3K limit 2 days in a row in the live account.
I feel you, man. Oh, in the live account, I feel you there as well. It's such a bummer when that happens. Look at the heat. Just like it's like the market's like, who cares? I'm just gonna rip through everything.
What's your position again?
27 when it came down to VWAP. And I was already looking in the 30s and everything on this pullback.
860 people watching, 272 likes. I challenge you. Hit that like button. Smash that like button. I'd like to see if we are liked. So let's see that number pop up again. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you're not. We'll be here as long as you show up. So let's get that like button up a bit. Appreciate that.
You get stopped out, right, Michael?
I still got it.
Still got it. Okay.
Yeah. 26 is I'm long from 26. This is coming up to my 15 handle. 40s are my 15 handle. But I'm going to bring it down to settlement. I just got out. Just because the settlement is always a important level.
So a little win for you.
That's a win. I'm down $200.
That's a little
This
bit,
game,
right?
it's like every day this week, it's like, Michael, why don't you go ahead and dig yourself this grave? And, oh, by the way, you're going to dig it a little bit deeper. You're not done. Keep digging. And then yesterday hits, be like, and push the dirt over you.
Comes to a point where you got to dig a hole to put the extra dirt in.
Digging your grave for you, John.
Yeah.
Let's not talk, Dan. Appreciate
Believe
those in
We've
the
all been
YouTube that are saying, hey, smash it. I like the show. Love the show. We appreciate that. Appreciate you very much.
I mean,
Like it very much.
The VWAP was a good play. You would have you would have taken, I don't know, about
The low is 713. You were in at 726, so you took 13 points of heat on it, but that was enough to keep you in.
It did not seek out, it went for my stop. No, it didn't
You
go.
know where it is.
I had a little bit better. I could have had a little bit better entry, but I had a good enough entry on my 15 handle stop. Since I'm a 15 handle stop trader, that I want to wait for these better entries. Yeah, you'll miss trades, but that was a good enough entry that it didn't hit my stop. Unlike yesterday's, remember it hit to the almost to the tick or two, and that was a great VWAP play. Anybody play the VWAP play right here? And we're now above settlement. We're now above 100 period moving average on the 30-minute. We're now above 50 period moving average on the.
So what's really kind of, Michael, in your opinion, what's really the zone around a level in the NASDAQ? I know your 15 tick stop. Is that enough to kind of envelop a zone around a level? Or I know some people probably look at 20 ticks as a kind of a zone around a level.
It's probably not a bad area. But I mean, still, you got to get a good entry.
Yes.
And 20 ticks ain't bad because it moves 20 ticks fairly. But I always think of 20 tick move as like a total legit move. And a 15 tick, I have a higher probability to get 15 handles out of moves when I trade. This is how I trade.
That's true. I mean, it's a shorter target, so of course the probabilities are going to be greater that you're going to get to it. Right.
On either side, though.
Right.
Look, I'm open to revisiting some of my risk reward settings. That's really, I'm back in the trading combine, so I'm now supposed to be here. Yes, Dan Trader. I'm back in the trading combine and mentally, and that's what you're supposed to do when you're back there. Reevaluate what worked, what didn't. To me, it's just psychology and it's behaviors. I didn't manage my emotions. I didn't manage my behaviors because I let my emotions run amok.
You got a position on right now?
I do not, no.
John, you got a position on right now?
No, I've got nothing. I missed my opportunity, and now I'm just sitting here waiting for the next one.
Okay. All right. So, it's
So right now we
sitting
are
on the sidelines.
flat.
Sitting on the sidelines.
Have you ever seen a sideshow? Aren't we watching one right now? Oh!
Muppet Babies was a great show. It was so before its time.
Muppet Babies.
Is that what that was?
That was the Muppet Show. Two guys up in the balcony.
Or Muppet Show, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stadler and Waldorf.
Yes. Stadler and Waldorf.
Kind of like me and Eddie.
Yeah. There you go.
I still couldn't get my head around, even at a young age, that Miss Piggy was, just wasn't my taste. I mean, Kermit. By Kermit, I mean.
Oh, opposites attract.
What does that mean, Eddie?
A frog and a pig? Oh. Yeah.
Well, that conjures a whole bunch of jokes, but we're not going to go there.
We're not gonna go. Yeah, we could go on a rant. If we could get the chat going on that, we're just like.
I always liked Miss Piggy's line, "Never eat more than you can lift." That was one of her lines. That was.
I mean,
It was her words to live by. Never eat more than you can lift.
I told my wife to stop working on that strength and conditioning regimen. Yeah. Okay. Right here, right now, around settlement, between the 50, between the 100 moving average. What's down there around the VWAP? Tilt saying 54%, 53% are short.
Half and half.
Short. So the shorts are getting a little. I mean, that's nothing. So don't even look at that.
Staying positive here. Some guy's asking both yous, what's your take on NASDAQ when it keeps dancing around settlement?
Ooh, we're talking to dance. It's indecisive.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no change to the perception of value.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's at its closing price from yesterday. Nothing's changed.
Correct.
Well, I mean, you got to be patient, you know.
I'm a patient man. That's what 19 months in a Vietnamese prison camp will do to you.
Yeah, it'll help. Be very patient.
I like that one.
De Niro.
Yep.
Hey, Hoag.
Yes.
Guess who I have covering for me tomorrow? Because I gotta go to Vegas here at 4.
Who?
Deanna.
Deanna's coming.
Really?
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. And I really liked how she really spoke about the market. Just her like kind of explanations of
Yeah,
what she looks at, what she does, all that kind of good stuff.
She is an extremely accomplished person in many different facets of. I mean, she's a multi-instrumental musician. She's she's got a whole system program for futures traders. And do you remember, Michael, when I was doing the market profile strategy lab, like 2016, 2017 in the office downstairs?
Yes.
She was a person. She was one of the people that subscribed to that. And she was so smart, inquisitive. She was always challenging me, always challenging the markets. I'm excited. Tomorrow's gonna be fun. Not that I don't like trading with you, Michael, but
I was just gonna say, pump the brakes on the excitement, man.
You know, I was surprised that she remembered coming on the broadcast many years ago. The Squawk Radio.
Really?
Yeah, she goes,
she
yeah.
got funded.
Yeah, we brought her on. I did the interview with her, and she said, "Yeah, she had fun." So good.
We just did an interview with her in Power Players about a week ago.
That was a great interview.
Hopefully you all saw that. It was a lot of fun.
Well, hopefully I'm not on the chopping block if she turns out to be a hit.
Well, listen here, kid.
I mean, this game is about performance. So if I can't come out here.
All right, we've got 9:28 here, and it's time for Dan. Dan's going to be with us here. We're going to be talking crude. So coming up here in just a minute. So crude coming up. We'll be right back.
You're the bill.
Here. All right. Hey,
Morning.
Dan. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
What do you stand for, Danny?
Just
I'm
sort
kind of looking at Michael here. Looks like he got his ears lowered a little bit.
He did.
Yeah, look, he looks
You go
about
with
8
the
years
Brooks
younger.
Koepka, the Brooks Koepka mullet for the Ryder Cup.
I mean, I did tell her I favor the Euro haircuts.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, Brooks Koepka's America. Team USA Ryder Cup this weekend. So we're gonna support those boys.
The what do they call it? The Euro mullet, I think. It's these. I do like it. It's a little longer in the back.
I call it like the redneck mullet.
No, that's big time. Tight on the sides, party in the back, like long hair.
That's
European gets a little more.
That's the kind of mullet I like. If I could grow my hair like that, I would go for that kind of mullet. I'd want like the racing stripes down the side of my head.
No, you don't. You don't want that.
Real quick here, natural gas coming in at 90. 90 the prior was 64. Forecast 88 coming in at 90.
Thanks for sharing, Danny.
Yeah.
Well, looking
Danny,
at the oil,
yes.
we're in an interesting position, right? So we know the last couple days we've seen this thing give information that would say continue the rally. Yesterday we had another draw of a couple million barrels per day. So what I'm looking for in this market, right, initially yesterday was that rally. Yesterday I took I don't even remember what I did. I think I shorted it a little bit after the open. I got hit in the face a little bit, knocked out. I normally am not a big fan of shorting a market with the information that we've had. So currently, Hoag, I am short 72s, just below, just at yesterday's value low. I'm looking for rejection to the downside or acceptance below that value low. I've seen it been trading below there quite a bit. So I'm currently short 72s. I've been in it for an hour now, so it's been a really slow grind. Is it a good trade? I don't know, but I'm continuing to look for that acceptance below. I'm looking to see if this thing continues to break for me.
Well, Danny, there's one thing against you, other than the fact that we don't have a lot of information up here, recent information. Mm-hmm. Our overnight recent high was in the overnight session. The recent high was in the overnight session. Markets they tend not to like that. Doesn't mean it has to come up there and take that out today. There's also a lot of visuals down below. There are some weaker structures down below that we have to kind of remember. There's the gap from the day before yesterday to yesterday. That was Friday to Monday to Tuesday, the gap. Yep. There's also a naked point of control from Monday down there that is also going to attract eyeballs. So I don't hate your position.
John, that makes me feel really good about myself. Hoagland doesn't hate my position. He won't say he likes my position, but he doesn't hate it. So I'll take what I can get. I'm short actually 3 there. I see it pop up on the screen. I'm actually short 3 in the live market, just to cover all the bases there. Yesterday wasn't a good day. Trying to recover a little bit here today. For me right now, like this was one of those trades. If I didn't like it, it had to go against me rather quickly. I would rather just get stopped out right away and be patient on a winner. Right. Like I hate sitting in a grind that eventually goes against me. If I'm sitting in a trade now for almost an hour, like, okay, I'm liking my position a little bit, it goes against a couple $100. I'm okay with that. So that's what I'm going to be watching here today. I really think, patience, potential downside move. I think there was a lot of anticipation that yesterday's EIA number, was going to be a bigger draw than it was. So
that's why the rally.
Yeah, and that's what that rally was. And now we got to go find fair value based off because API was a boost of 1.5, I think it was, with the expectations of a draw. And then EIA was an expectation of 1.8 draw, and it became a 2 million barrel draw. So it was really not far off expectations. Right. So I think people were expecting more. That's what we saw that rally yesterday based off the positioning. And now we got to go find some fair value. I'm a big proponent of finding fair value and then range trading it from there. I said this last week, and I'll say it again. Directional trade, I'm not the biggest fan of. I don't like directional trade. I want to find a nice little channel. I want to stay inside of it. I want to fade my extremes and trade inside there.
Very cozy, isn't it?
It is, especially on a day like today. It's cold, it's rainy, it's gross out. Give me a nice little cozy range.
Ooh, I like that.
That's my
pillow and a heat blanket.
There you go.
Right? That sounds kind of nice right now.
And yeah.
Good day for relaxation. So, Michael, you're off to Vegas, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna do some more stupid gambling moves.
Well, I talked to
I'm
the
going
manager this morning about you. He had some things to say about your trading.
Oh, wow, that was a big pop. Wow. NASDAQ ripped. No, that was 20 hands. Go, just like that.
That's the thing with that NASDAQ. I don't have the stomach for it.
Me either.
Hey guys, there's a 100-lot trader that plays this game. Oh shit, I just centered it and I got long. Okay, get out, Michael.
It ain't me.
There's 100-lot trader that comes into this, puts it all on the bid or offer, whatever they're playing.
Are they filling it, or are they just trying to push the market?
Yes. There's a 50 and 100. You'll see them show. Like look at it's like 6. 5 even bid 2, 3 even bid 8. 2 even bid 15. That's a fairly large one. And then there'll be like 100-lot in here.
Wait,
and it just got long 11 even. So
it's Mike. It's Coach.
Yeah, we can't see your whole. We can't see your whole dome. We can only see the.
That's the same thing, John. If he has S&P or crude oil up. So sorry, that was just a rip higher, and a big 100-lot came in there. So far, the 100-lot's getting choked on of the 11s that it bought, but it did get filled. So watch. I've been noticing that this week. There's a 50-lot and a 100-lot that comes in place.
That's the important thing to paying attention to these domes and the screen time, right? Like you start to recognize size that'll come in. You start to recognize some of these players that are coming in. You'll see sometimes those phantom 100-lots that are trying to suck the market to it a little bit. And then all of a sudden you get a tick away and it peels and then it just stops.
Yeah, you get busted at the board of trade. Guys used to spoof. Is it spoofing trades where they pop it in there, they get the market to do, and then they pop it out because they weren't legit orders coming in there. I mean, then there's enough arguments like, dude, I can do that. I can bring it up. 80 bid off. 80 bid off.
Yeah, open outcry. Yeah.
But I mean, they did. Some guys in the Dow pit got busted for doing that because you could put a big order. There'd be times where we play the game. Danny, I'm glad you're on here too. I don't know if your dad played this. But we played this game in the Dow pit, and it was like it's like chicken. It's called chicken, something like that. Gish, remember Gish would play it. I don't know. Okay, so basically what it was is the markets are trading 80s. Everybody would put like 500-lot through because we could put whatever size we really wanted on, and we put it down at like 5 handles, 10 handles away, and we'd be like, hey Patak, look at what's on the bid, and it's like, you can see down from 80s down to like 70s or something, and you'd see like 1,000 there, and it'd be like 3 guys, and the market would go from 80s down to like 75, 74s, and whoever the last guy standing was, because you're like, it's coming down there. You're like, I don't want to get filled. I have like 300 sitting here on the bid. Boom, you cancel. Boom, he cancels. And then next thing you know, it's like, and then boom, it goes down to like just, a 10-lot that's sitting there on the bid. But we used to play this game where we increased the bids off the markets, and it was just like, I mean, if we got hit, we got hit on it. We knew that. That was the chicken part of the game.
Yeah, you got to be willing to fill your order if they hit you on it.
Yeah.
Gish used to get hit, and he'd deal with it.
Yeah. He'd be like, oh, shit.
Well, son of a gun, Hoag. My stop is 3 ticks away.
Uh-oh.
Son of a gun. Here comes the break, right? Here comes the break. 93s reject. 93s reject. Send this thing lower all the way down to 91.50, and I'll be happy.
We need some magic.
We're sitting at.
Danny, you had a good week.
All right, did that help?
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
Hey, goat, MP going to jail, laughing my ass off. Just kidding. No, these were real orders. I wasn't like I was at 70 bid with 500. I don't think I did like 300. I go 50, 50, 50, 50. Be like, I'm in here too, and then I cancel.
Yeah, you're allowed to place orders and then not fill them.
Yeah, just because I said I was gonna get in, get out, doesn't mean I was. Yeah.
You can change your mind. That's okay.
You can do whatever you want. You can't do whatever you want, but like, yeah. Ooh, that 100 lot at 11. I was filled at 11. Is in the money. I only had to take about 10 handles of heat ish, I think.
Awesome, guys. I'm gonna let you get back to it here. I'm gonna go see if we can manage this position. Eddie, just keep playing that noise for me and sending it lower.
Yeah, the magic noise.
I went from 28 ticks against to 10 ticks against right now, so I'll take that. Here's a talking point though. I do want to mention, right? Like market just went against me. I was 28 ticks against on 3 contracts, just shy of I don't know, $900 there, a heat, and nothing about this market state has changed why I got into the position. We're starting to slow up. Yes, I'm going to pay attention to that. But in reality, I think a lot of people want to look at this, and I'm going to question it too, right? Like, do you just get out and take a scratch, or you just get out and take a small, a small loss, or do you stick to your guns and stay in your trade? I think that's a question a lot of people toil with. Something goes against. If it gets a little bit lower, yes, hoping lower. But what I'm thinking right now is if this market continues to do as I'm expecting, it rejected as it went higher. It did not bring in new volume. It didn't want to continue to mark new highs there and take me out. And so for me, I'm going to stay in the trade for the time being until it tells me otherwise. Yeah, I'm starting to see that this thing is building a shelf, kind of right down by 69.70, 68, somewhere right in there, that kind of area. It's starting to build a shelf. If we hold above that price point, then yeah, I might have to get out of this position and call it a day. But if we start to trade below that, I'm going to look for continuation to the downside.
All right.
So there's
I appreciate you being with us here today.
Thanks,
Back to your entry. Back to your entry. You're good.
Until we see you again, my friend, take care, okay?
Can
you go to NASDAQ? Dante, do you believe? Yes. Do you believe? I do believe.
In life after love?
Yes.
I believe.
Do you believe? You're gonna need a pitch tuner, so.
And Dante, no, I've not gone to the point where I'm praying for my trading performance.
So here is the NASDAQ. Pretty much middle of the range.
Oh, look at that. Hanging around settlement.
Right at VWAP.
VWAP's 27. What's VWAP now?
VWAP is 2640 right now.
2640. Okay.
Right.
Any more questions?
Yes. What is the tilt, if you can, Michael?
65
gold.
65% long. I don't have gold. Let me get gold.
Gold just took a dump. New lows here in the gold.
Gold Z, right? Is it Z or V? Z, right?
Z. Look at that.
53.46, 53.47.
Really?
Yeah.
So
Why?
This is significant. This is new territory. Perhaps new sellers. Volume is. Let's see here. Where's my gold? There it is. Delta is negative, so it's congruent with direction. Oh, we knew there was something brewing here in gold. If it's to the downside, look out. There's a lot of space down there. I'm going to step away for just a minute, gentlemen. I'll be right back.
I will save your seat.
Thank you.
Excitingly. All right. Check. What do we got that we could put up here? What do we got next?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? Sorry, it's gonna be a little slower. What's up?
You're kind of loud. I don't know if it's just on my end.
Yeah, it's a different mic here in the office. Let me turn
You
it down.
sound like you're broadcasting from a 7-Eleven Big Gulp.
Well, it must have the wrong mic selected.
Right.
Let's do the top 5 funded, and then I will figure this out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Top
out-
5 funded.
Check out some P&Ls here.
And here we are. Top 5 funded P&Ls. Mel C. XFA account. Wow. 22,935. We got Jonathan O. Johnny O. With 21,166. These are big numbers. My goodness. Rocadio J. I hope I said Rocadio. A 19,247. Ivani G. 18,531, and Kwong 18,498. Boy, I tell you, after that first name, it was a very big challenge for me. I hope I got that right.
There were a lot of 30,000s in here. I wonder if these guys took it on the chin this week or they took payouts. I don't know. That's the tap on the shoulder question.
We'll check that out with Mick. So, top 5 funded P&Ls, there you have it. Mel, Jonathan, Ryako, Ivani, and Kwong. Good job, guys, girls.
Okay, so we have 70% of folks long in NASDAQ. We have the market rallying up. We do not have Hoag here, so that makes it so I can trade however the hell I want to trade.
Let's see here. Mike, there's a question.
I heard that.
He's on the toilet with the headset.
I heard that.
Okay. Good morning. Is there a hold at Topstep for accepting new traders?
No, that was in August because we got overwhelmed and we got.
Come on in.
We had a perfect storm of issues, and that perfect storm is not good. Of issues with some platforms, our own influx of folks coming from the launch.
Yeah, just come on in, register, pick yourself a combine. There is a continental breakfast for each and every one of you. We are out of bagels though, so come on in.
No, we don't have a referral program. We used to. So that Levens, that 100 lot down there, bought out of Levens. That took only about 10 ticks heat. Watch if there's any offers on the there's a 50 lot at 75. Even on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, you got a little power play there. Jim Carlton's asking, Michael, what's going on in the NASDAQ?
65% of folks are long. 65% of folks are long in the S&P. Both.
Same old, same old.
A lot of 50-50s this week. No big tilts. So where was the last? Did anybody mark the last time it got pretty high tilt in the 70s? And I said, hey, mark it. What price was that and what time was that? Because we can go back and kind of look on what happened to the market on a little bit, like, if you guys know.
Yeah, post it. If that's a number that you wrote down here, post it in YouTube. And we'll get that out. Adam Martin says, Kansas Fed Manufacturing Index in 11 minutes. Thank you. Thanks, man.
Oh, nice. Thank you. That's why we're teaming up, working together here.
That's what it's about. Yeah, 10 minutes. It's a minor number, but thank you anyway. It's good to know. And don't forget, we've got Fed Governor Cook speaking at noon today. And, Jay Powell will be speaking later this afternoon, I believe, about 3 o'clock. And there will be a Fed's balance sheet half an hour after that. So
there's 50 lots. There it goes. The 50 lot just got lifted in 75 evens. 75 evens, 50 lot on the NASDAQ. That was, because that 100 lot peeling off half of them? I don't know. I probably would have.
Could have been.
Hmm. 61% of folks are long. NASDAQ is showing strength here around this whole rally for the last, from down at the 700s, 700s. And we really went down to 680s around there.
Thank you, Fruit of Deeds, also mentioning Paul. And Vince, congratulations, Vince. Vince said, I hit my profit target in my Topstep Combine for the first time today.
For the first time, and then he hit it today. Awesome.
For the first time today. We'll give him a ta-da.
Okay, Michael, we are
John's
looking.
back.
We're getting close to the overnight high in the S&Ps. What about the NASDAQ? Not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. Now you got 61% long in the NASDAQ at this time and at this price. What's the S&P at?
61%. Same. They're both the exact same. 60% long.
Okay. 43.24. I'm gonna kind of try and keep track of where the tilt is at kind of pivotal levels here. I mean, we're at the high here, or at the day session high, and we're only long 61%. Let's see what happens from here.
Hey, Brandon Harris, Michael, it's all of Topstep traders and what to split for Topstep only. I don't know what that means. But guys, everybody knows, Topstep, the S is lowercase. It's all one word. Topstep, lowercase s.
It's all about the branding.
It's all, yeah. Or just, yeah. Our branding folks would appreciate me saying that.
Yeah. Marketing would appreciate that, yes.
We got some comments here on YouTube. Trepidity says, mental game is everything. I wasn't feeling in one account, so I was off. So I took a pause and traded another account I am not so concerned about. I was able to catch a NASDAQ move. And congratulations to Matt Hamilton. Matt putting up 3K for the day in his 100K combine. So now let me ask you, Matt, are you done for the day? Let us know here.
Oh, Andy, that got me really good. Richard, you're correct. Andy, you lowercase the S. Everything else he capped. Yeah. David, I don't have why I'm up on here. I kind of watched the 4 most popular. And we are working on getting this to you. You're going to see something new coming out here very, very, very soon, like in the month of October. And then we got to figure out some things.
Serdar is asking, how do I get paid? Well, there's this thing called a job. We can talk about that. Usually find them in the classified ads. Come on.
You got to put money up in your account to get paid.
There you go.
And you get paid at the funded level. You show and prove to yourself and to Topstep and to the objective of the trading combine that you can manage risk and put up a profit. You advance to the funded level after that.
Here's the S&P. Here's our overnight high. Overnight high is 43.28 quarter, 43.28 quarter. We're within a couple of bucks of it here. Let's see what happens. that break below it, and their failure to hold below it worked wonderfully on the bottom. I missed that one because we were looking at something else. Maybe I'll get this one, which probably won't work.
Right.
There you go. All right, so we've got another fun thing that Jack's going to bring up front, and it is called On This Day. I was looking at that one. On this day, in what became known as the Black Sox scandal, 8 members of the Chicago White Sox team were indicted by a grand jury on charges they had thrown the 1919 World Series to the Cincinnati Reds in return for a bribe. I do believe that Marge Schott still owned the Cincinnati Reds at that time. But yeah, that was,
so eight of the players. I mean, they all assume played. So that's the
Shoeless Joe Jackson was on that team, and he was one that said, "I did not have anything to do with that," and they said, "TFB." Too bad.
Hold on, is Shoeless Joe Jackson in the Hall of Fame?
Shoeless Joe is in the Hall of Fame. Yeah.
Okay, so you can throw a World Series, but if you're Pete Rose and you go some like regular season game, you get cast out.
I know. Pete. As far as I'm concerned, Pete Rose belongs in the Hall of Fame. I'm sorry. You might hate me for that, but go ahead, hate me. I was a big Pete Rose fan. Big Pete Rose. Charlie Hustle. Also on this day, folks in California, congratulations. Explorer Juan Rodriguez Cabrero, known as the discoverer of California, this day in 1542. So it's called now San Diego, became the first European to set foot on the West Coast, we think. unless there was a European Viking. Vikings were here like thousands of years before anybody else. So give him credit.
John, I like the 85s that are short up here, but the overnight.
It's the overnight high, right?
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
479 is the overnight high. You're looking at that 200 session moving average up here, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's all the way up at the 20s.
Right.
Oh, Brian says Shoeless Joe is not in the Hall of Fame. Okay, my bad.
Ah, okay, that's fair.
Free trader, so wait for rejection before entering. That's the idea. Is if it looks above the overnight high and fails to hold above, that's your entry. Let's see what the short's doing here. And looking pretty good.
All right.
And back to the NASDAQ.
Well, I was just looking at a short up at 85. It only went up to, it went up to 86s, but I was looking at it back when I was at the 80s.
794 is the overnight high.
Yeah. Yep. 74.
Don't forget, my friends, today we've got Pedro Escobar. We're going to be having him for a Power Player Funded Trader interview. And,
hey, that's the same Pedro, Eddie, that's in chat, right?
No. There's it's not Pedro. We do have an Escobar in chat.
Yeah, Pablo.
Pablo.
Yep.
Pablo Escobar.
22.
I own many submarines.
87. Man, that just ripped through. There's your. Okay.
Here's our look at the overnight high in the S&P. Is almost a look at the overnight high in the NASDAQ. It took out the high of the overnight in the S&Ps by one tick, which isn't a very strong rejection.
88s, it just ripped up too. One tick on the S&P. It moved above. 70% of folks are long up here on the highs. NASDAQ, 65% S&P long. $78. Okay. All right, back here at the 80s. 94s is our high in the NASDAQ. S&P already made a high to the tick.
Right, one tick above it. That doesn't bode for excess above the overnight high yet.
No.
Although it might work.
$71%, 70% NASDAQ long. Sitting on the highs. Is it growing legs?
Well, it hasn't taken out the overnight high yet.
Are you seeing any trades today, John? Have you traded at all?
Yeah, I missed the one trade that I saw, which was the overnight low failure in the S&Ps. We were looking at the NASDAQ when it happened, and I looked back to it. I tried to squeeze my way in, but I never got a fill on it. Now the other thing that I was focusing on today was overnight highs, because we have PCE tomorrow. I'm looking for this market to kind of fall into range bound activity. So we were going to wait, be patient, look for opportunities as the day went on, and we just got one tick above the overnight high in the S&Ps. I mean, that might be enough, but I'm not seeing that as excess above. So my main focus for the current situation is watching that overnight high, and if we can't continue above it, take the short for a move to the downside, because we're looking for these markets to kind of remain somewhat range bound. Right, so there was my shot, and I missed it again.
Oh, I'm just missed. Yeah, this whole week. That was a good short. Hey, John, I'm looking to get short.
On me, I was actually looking at it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said, hey, John, I'm looking to get short.
Yeah,
that would have been a nice 15 handles. Okay.
Well, here we are. We're getting another look. We're putting up some pretty good volume here. I mean, the point of control just moved. The volume point of control just moved up to 25 on this platform. Here's the S&P. Here's the volume point of control. We got some volume up here. There's some things going on.
Gain some. You have 30 days to activate. I don't really. It doesn't matter how other people do it. I get you, though. How other people do it's pretty damn swift.
Okay, so that point of control sure moved high. That's the volume point of control. If we can't continue above this, we may have found some sellers up here. And son of a bitch.
Yup. Birds of a feather, John.
Yeah, I mean, I just wish we had a little bit more access above the overnight high. I'd be in this short already.
How are we doing out there? Let's do a poll. Who's up? Could be up $1. Who's down? Could be down $1. And kind of give an idea of how the community here is faring out.
Loki's doing pretty well. Brian, nothing yet.
Let's go poll. Who's watching?
Real poll.
A real poll, guys. It's way easier. I can't do it.
Right. I guess the poll is up money or down money. There it is. There's the poll.
There you go. Thank you, guys. I'm going to vote? Or
I don't know if you can.
yeah, I can. I'm down money. Whoa. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Okay.
Yes.
Jacob up $3,000. Dag up $400. Rodrigo 800.
Here I sit, broken-hearted, came to trade and only charted. Rusty Golfer up 10 points. Very nice.
This sellout.
Spirit animal, Rusty Golfer.
70-30. Wow. And I'm not talking tilt. I'm saying traders at Topstep that are up right now are 70%. Do not get bummed out if you're 30% because that's where I'm at. I'm right there with you. I'm on the other side of Red Rover.
And I've missed both my opportunities today. Missed. Well, maybe not quite yet, but DeAndre, it's okay. It happens to us all. He actually looked brokenhearted. Shaw, you're a funny guy.
Uh-oh, bad phone.
Uh-oh. Tell her hi.
Should I pack your clothes or are you coming home before airport? I'm going to share with you guys my text from my wife. I left your shit in the front lawn.
Yeah, there you go. You can pack yourself.
Oh, pack it up, Skippy. Danny, I know. She well, Danny means she's a keeper. She dresses me, and I say that in the most confident way because at a certain point, I really don't want to pick. I have decision fatigue when I come home from work, and I really don't want to pick out.
I wonder why.
I know. That's nothing to do with getting in a blender every day in the market.
And everything else.
Yeah.
You got a lot going on.
I mean, then you got to pick out your kids' clothes. You know, she's a fashion expert. I let her just go.
What about the whole dinner question? What are we doing for dinner? I don't know. What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? Do you get that a lot?
Then I'll just go to her. I go, babe, sorry, I got decision fatigue. She's like, okay, we'll go to a sushi.
See, and
it's all win.
I would be fine with that, but my wife doesn't like sushi.
I mean, whatever.
So I don't get sushi.
She plans trips and she doesn't. I told her, I don't need to know. Just tell me the country we're going to or whatever. And that's really it. I just know the date we're leaving. And I don't know the itinerary. And she nailed it 2 years in a row. And that was like 10 years ago. And I'm like, from here on out, I love not having zero expectations. And then when we go there, I'm like, wow, this is great.
Yeah, a lot of folks are saying if it's I don't know, then it's pizza. Which I'm always fine with pizza. I could live on pizza. I mean, all the food groups are represented. You've got grains, you've got vegetables, sauce, you got cheese, dairy, you got meat, sausage, pepperoni. You throw some vegetables on there. You get all the food groups. It's the perfect food. Pizza.
And the significant other always likes it as well. I mean, we fell in love over pizza late at night, coming home from the bar or something. It
is, and it encompasses all sausages and pepperoni and salami, bratwurst, sausage. For all you Wisconsinites. Now we finally got our look above the overnight high. What's this look like on the NASDAQ? Got to go quickly between charts. Not quite above the overnight high. Not quite a trade just yet.
Sometimes.
Back to the S&Ps.
You gotta get a hot mic, Jack, in the back. You're picking up the room.
I am a pizza purist. I do not put pineapple on my pizza. As a matter of fact, I even make my own pizza. When I moved from the city to the suburbs, we couldn't find good pizza, so I started making my own.
You actually could make it
good.
Yeah, you do. You made it for the office one time, didn't you?
It is quite good, and I refuse to put pineapple on my pizza. My wife likes pineapple on pizza. I don't think it belongs there. It's too much of a fusion of Polynesian, Italian. I just don't see it. So I don't put it on my pizza.
John, I'm like a third grader. I dip my pizza in ranch. Do you do that?
That's very popular these days. My kids are the same way. They're always putting some sort of other sauce on the pizza. But I don't allow them to do that on my pizza.
That's fair.
Like,
I'm a condiment guy. Like
it's like going to a French restaurant and asking for ketchup.
I do. I will not a French. I'll go to a steak restaurant. I'll look at the item and be like, okay, A1 sauce. No disrespect to the chef. Okay, here we go. We're moving higher now. All right, 70. The poll is closed. About 400 people said up money.
Wow.
40%. I'm very, very.
That's great, man. I love seeing that.
Yeah, I know. We got to do a poll on what's your favorite toppings on pizza at some point.
I mean, again, I'm pizza purist. Sausage, pepperoni, green pepper, onion, mushroom. You know, I never want to see broccoli on pizza or pineapple or
sausage, pepperoni, green peppers, and mushrooms. This is like a supreme, isn't it?
And onions.
That is a supreme, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it depends on what restaurant you're at, but you know, you get a Lou Malnati's, you got to get the Lou Malnati Chicago Special, which is a butter crust, extra cheese, and sausage. That's all, and it's delicious. It's delicious. It's good.
I went to a Michelin star pizza joint that's like walk in, grab a slice.
There's a Michelin star pizza place
in Italy, north of the Amalfi Coast. Is it? Where was that volcano thing that happened?
Sicily, Mount Etna.
It's a pizza joint? I'm gonna ask my wife.
Oh, Pompeii.
Yes, there's a pizza joint right by that, or is it? I started on my phone. Oh, here it is. Look.
No.
Starita. It's in Naples.
Okay, Naples, Italy.
I think it's what it is. $10,000 reviews. Starita. Yeah, Ghost, you're right. Naples is where pizza's invented.
Yeah.
And as my wife and I, being big pizza fans, when we're out there, we're like, we gotta go.
I think oil will reject weekly kickoff high. If it gets down there, there's a possibility, but there's a gap. If it gets down into that gap, it might pull to the other extreme of the gap down here. We got Dan kind of if he's still in that position, he's coming back to his entry here. Actually, he's above his entry. So hopefully he's trimmed that position just a little bit. So the NASDAQ has not traded above the overnight high, which has me double clutching on my potential short in the S&Ps here, which may actually end up paying off. I don't know. We got to see what happens here. What's my risk here? Looking at the high of the day so far, 30 quarter, 25, 30 quarter.
I'm really like, yeah, NASDAQ.
I'm going to see if we can get that NASDAQ to pop above that overnight high.
Right.
Before pulling the trigger on anything here. I have a chart here somewhere. I have a whole pile of charts.
Well, don't go paralysis by overanalysis.
No, I know. That's kind of, I don't know. I mean, what am I afraid of? Here, you know what? We're just going to take this and we're going to put the stop in.
You're getting long or short? Because I'm looking on this pullback for.
I'm actually short because the S&Ps did look above the overnight high and came back down below it, and the risk is relatively palatable. So we're going 31 with a stop, and we're going to see what happens. Immediately, we're down money because I was trying to wait and see if the NASDAQ would take out that overnight high, which it hasn't been able to do yet. But I'm going to be okay with whatever happens here. I missed my good opportunity down here. Got to do something. We'll see what happens.
If you talk out the trade, John, I don't care. Well, I would rather go in your favor. But if you talk out the trade, I understand a bit more on kind of how your perspective on the market is, which helps me kind of understand a different perspective. And there's nothing wrong with different perspectives. I mean, if you want to trade in a cave, you can do that, like with nobody's, which is fine, I guess.
What I've been doing for the last 10 years is, kind of trading in a cave with nobody around.
Yeah. But I learned the quickest being at the prop firm around other traders, and I learned the quickest, even more so, in the pits, being around other traders.
Yeah, as long as you had some friends there. Not everybody in the pit was your friend.
Oh no. Okay, I like pullbacks. But there is also this settlement down here, and like the market has been doing this dance around settlement.
So settlement is really kind of what I would look for as somewhat of a potential target. We get the point of control so high here, it's not really going to be a good target. So settlement / probably 43.11 value area low would be a viable target for this. A logical target. I don't know if it's viable. Time will tell with that, but we'll see what happens. I'm cleaning my desk while we're doing this.
Yeah, that's not
a little design distraction, perhaps.
Go make a sandwich, John. Whatever.
I did that yesterday and missed that big move to the upside. Although that upside yesterday, I was expecting to come after 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, 2:30. I was thinking we were gonna maybe see some short covering and a nice short covering rally. So, and missed that too. So I missed a lot of good stuff. I missed all the good stuff. I missed all the good parties growing up.
I doubt that.
I missed a lot of good parties when I was trading because I had another job that I was working Friday and Saturday nights and Sundays, tending bar.
Yeah.
So while everybody else was out partying, I was working.
Well, you were working at a bar. You were working at the party.
Yes.
I was there too. You get free drinks. You meet a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Phone numbers slide over the counter. And all you have to do is a group of guys, group of girls, be like, you guys want a shot? And you're doing
right. Yeah, it give you the opportunity to talk to anybody, but
oh man, it was so taxing on your body. And if you're working, you're like, I'm not gonna drink it all tonight, because people would always be like, hey, I'll buy you one. I never charge them for one, but I take one. There was a point where I was like,
I worked at a family-owned little seafood joint in Chicago called the Half Shell. Maybe some of you have heard of it. Maybe I even waited on you years ago, but I didn't realize that I was allowed to have drinks while I was working until I had been working there for like 2 years. And the owner's like, I noticed you never really drink until later on. Is there a reason for that? I'm like, well, I didn't think I was allowed to. And then he was like, oh no, go ahead, tear it up. So
Chicago
was
bar
kind of the beginning of my alcoholism right there.
Chicago bar owners were definitely. I had a trader. Mine was a guy I clerked for and bartended for. He owned like 2 bars. I just walked in there one time. He's like, "What do you do?" I go, "I'm learning how to trade at a prop firm." He's like, "You want to bartend for me on Saturday night?" I'm like, "Saturday night? Hell yeah, yes, I do." I don't have any experience. He's like, dude, Jack and Cokes, like vodka soda.
Right.
I got it. Yeah.
Right. Open a beer.
Yeah. Somebody be like, I'll take a dirty martini. I just turn to like John or Tracy. You'd be like, hey, Tracy, can you get this guy?
Yeah. Margarita, that's her problem.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't even have a blender. We had like one of those little like ice cream shake makers, and that was all we did to mix like margaritas and frozen drinks. We didn't have frozen drinks. It was like the bar in It's a Wonderful Life. We serve hot drinks for men who want to get drunk fast. We don't need any characters around to give the joint atmosphere.
What? It's a Wonderful. Oh, that's that. Yeah. Christmas one, right?
Yes. It's a Wonderful Life. I was Nick the bartender. Look at me. I'm giving out wings.
Oh man, it wants to stay up here.
Yeah, it's just not giving anything, is it?
FOMO, guys. I saw some of you guys saying that. Yeah, be careful. I had FOMO yesterday. It wiped me out. Oh, I got to get in this trade. It's already rallied.
Harvey Gordon said he's been to the Half Shell. His dozen oysters always came to the table with one shell empty. Was that you? That was definitely me.
I went to Half Shell. I live by it, but here's the bummer. Here's the part about it, John. Like, I don't like cracking those things open because I always like poke my finger or something like that. But I'm like, no, the risk reward trade on that on a Half Shell. So I go down to Joe's every now and then. Not now and then. Usually it was like my birthday because it's pretty expensive.
Yeah,
this is when I was younger, and they break it all open for you. Now they do what's called laser cutting them or something.
Yeah, they like water laser cut them.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? If I was there, Michael, for it, I would have cracked them open for you.
Were you good at it?
Oh yeah, I was a master.
Oh man, this market is tough. Staying in this little range on the 5 minute, 5, 10, 15, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of these 5 minutes.
What's this look like on the 5 minute
8 of
chart? Range bound. Point of control.
Look at that rip higher. Okay.
I probably should have waited until NASDAQ looked above the overnight high, but we're still hanging around, and I mean the risk on this is so minimal. I'm not even concerned about it. Had to do something. And it's maybe a little bit of fear of missing out. Maybe it's just trying to be entertaining, whatever. We'll see what happens, though.
Oh, just as long as you're talking to trade out, somebody's picking this information up. So, hey, Nefty Cruz, hey, Michael Patak, or P. How do you deal with missing out on strong moves in the market? This week was obviously a good time to get short. Well, I mean, at this point in the game, getting short is not the play. And as yesterday, I did get short on the 1 o'clock Chicago time rally and got faced for $5,000. But on the downside, I made up $3,000. FOMO's real. Missing out on strong moves. MOOSM. FOMO, fear of missing out. FOMO. Man, that's the thing all of us traders need to work on. Because right now I'm like, I wish blah blah blah. I should have blah blah blah. I could have blah blah blah.
Right.
And it's just not a good place to be because this is an opportunity making machine. So it's really like just always trade for tomorrow. So don't do anything today that would keep you from trading tomorrow. Now, yesterday I lost, so that didn't keep me from trading, but it did put me back in what's called, the trading combine is what I'm looking through that lens. I got to reprove myself, which is a necessary evil. I'm getting caught in here. All right, the NASDAQ is clearly strong here.
Yeah, we took out the high of the NASDAQ, and it seems to be holding. It looks like we're seeing some legs under the S&Ps. Man, my fucking long down there would have been a beauty, but
what?
my long down here that I kind of missed the opportunity, and I tried to squeeze into it, but I was too cheap to try to get my bid lifted and get my bid hit, and so I missed that. We were looking at something else, and all of a sudden I realized, hey, we just went below the opening range in the S&Ps and came back inside. That's usually going to be an attempt for a cheap long, and I missed it, and it kind of got away from me. So I put a bid in to try and buy a pullback, and it never came back.
Yeah. Oh wow! Look at that stop run. It's up to 22s.
So that pullback yesterday in the S&Ps, I mean, we lost open interest on this yesterday. There was no momentum, no volume, no nothing on this push to the downside and the return back. We've talked all the week about how the auction is not really doing that good of a job to the downside. And now I think we're seeing the benefits of recognizing that and perhaps looking for opportunities to buy weakness, which we had and missed earlier this session. So, yes, another lesson handed to me by the markets, and they hand me lessons all the time, and that's just the way it is. I missed a good one.
Right? Happens. Somebody asked Manu Bria? No, I forget the name. It's already gone up on the chat. Where did the name Trading Combine come from?
That's a good question.
Yeah, well, the name Topstep came from the biggest and best traders stood on the top step of the trading pit on the trading floor. So that's where that name came from. Trading Combine, I believe traders have they have to be similar to athletes, like athletes of the marketplace. You have to have regiment, routine, skills. You need to rise up under pressure, all that kind of stuff. So really, that's why we use sports analogies quite a bit. Trading Combine came from the NFL Combine. The NFL invites players to be evaluated out on the playing field, so to speak. Here's new highs, man. And we wanted to do the same. We started off, just so everybody knows, we started off as what we called ourselves a scouting agency for traders. And we would try to find trading talent.
So here's one of my badges from the trading floor.
There you go. It's register. You had to register.
See what it says on the bottom there? Where is it? There it is.
Right there.
Oh, there it is. Topstep.
That's 2 words. We combined it to 1 word. Who just did here? Is that who did it? I forget. Oh yeah. Manu Burla. It's spelled Topstep. Get over the lowercase, all caps.
I know.
Yep, that's how you spell it. No, it's 1 word, Doug. 1 word.
All right, so we're going to play a little make Hoag money right now.
Ooh, I like that.
Do I barrel in at the high of the day today, expecting a big move to the upside? First 10 yeses or nos are going to make.
Well, we need some Y's out there. right?
Just say yes or no in the first 10. If they're 50-50, we do nothing. No. Yes. Yes.
No.
No. Oh, Jesus. That went pretty quick. A little hard to
You
catch
got
that.
we have to ask in a poll or else
Poll, right?
Yeah,
I can.
So,
I'm gonna
but
try
I
this
mean,
again.
scratch the lotto ticket. Just scratch a lotto ticket, Jetty.
Right.
It's 52.48 to the bullish side on the Nasdaq. Same thing on the S&Ps. It's pushing on our highs both on both of them.
I'm going to set up a. All right, there it is, and start the poll. The poll is: do I go long with my eyes closed?
How do you put a poll? You put a poll in?
Yeah, because I'm in the back end. The poll is underway. People are saying mostly no, 69% no. I'm going to let this run for about 30 more seconds because I've already missed one good trade.
I just got short 36s. It's ripped through the 200 period moving average. It's ripped through all of them. And
NASDAQ, right?
Yeah, NASDAQ. And it's coming into midday, lower opportunity, and it's got a
last week's low right there, 836.
Oh well, thank you for ripping higher. Wow, thank you. That's just great. These markets are so such a great friend of mine.
So end poll. 67% said no.
No, don't get long.
Yeah, don't get long with your eyes closed. Brian says, don't do it. Don't do it, man.
Hey, man, I mean, right when it's not respecting anything anymore as far as moving averages, as far as settlements and VWAPs. Or I'm just very out of sync, out of rhythm, out of tune.
Well,
my stop's up at like 54. Why are you guys trying to call it top here? Good question, Daniel.
Nah.
John was looking to get long, so technically he's looking for continuation. I'm calling the top right now because of this strong rally, because it's moved through pretty much not respecting any of these moving averages. But I think there is this quiet period that we're going to be entering here. 50-50 on the NASDAQ. Five handles away from getting stopped out. S&P cruising towards its 30-minute 200 period moving average.
All right. We've got our risk manager knocking on the door here. So I'm sure he's got a lot to tell us today. I know about probably my trading, and we'll see what he's got to say about everybody else. Let's bring Mick in here to take just a second, and we'll be with shoulder tap coming up right now.
2 ticks away from my stop.
Yikes. Hey, Mick. Look at the guy. How you doing there, sir?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Stopped out.
Pleasure.
I've been waiting for the segment since that NASDAQ rally early afternoon yesterday. Michael was on the wrong side.
Yeah, I was on the wrong side. Even when I thought I had a great entry up at settlement, it just really continued.
Yeah.
Continued.
Well, I think today's segment, we're going to spend most of our time talking about ours truly, Michael Patak, and his trading this week. I've seen him squirming in his seat since Monday, getting a little emotional. And Michael, I know you've been talking about it. We've got some of our producers in here, so I've been hearing the other segments and what you're saying. But I kind of wanted to roast you a little bit because I don't always get this opportunity. So we're going to talk about some things that you need to work on, some things that I saw from you this week. But all of this is educational stuff. Every negative thing we say about you today, it's constructive feedback. And you know what? You paid about, close to $6,000 this week to educate your traders and our traders. So
is that with commissions, Mick? Of course it is.
Yes. Yeah, this is with commissions. So everything we talk about today, listen in closely, and I'll be up front. Michael, this isn't knocking you. Don't do what Michael did this week. There's a lot of good examples of things that he did incorrectly. This is also, I just want to say this is, not normal behavior from you, what I've seen. So I'm going to knock you a little bit. We're going to give you some constructive feedback, educate our traders on what you've been doing this week as examples for our traders of what not to do.
Really quickly, my better trades did show up when I got off the broadcast. Now, I'm not flaming anything. It is more difficult to get on here and talk out everything. That's my first. It's not an excuse by any means, but
it is a fact. I'm feeling the same thing. It is difficult to make those same decisions in front of God and everybody.
Yeah, I like what you said. It's no excuse, because traders will make excuses for themselves. You've got no excuses. You have your finger on the mouse. You're in complete control of what you're doing. You can't control the markets, but you can control how you maneuver in them. I was talking about you having a bad week. Monday, down day. Tuesday, down day. Yesterday, and there's nothing wrong. You didn't do anything wrong Monday.
You're talking with commissions.
With commissions, yes. I'm always talking with commissions because it's a real cost of doing business, especially as your round turns add up. I always like to round it up and say, it's about $5 every round turn you put on. So, Monday and Tuesday, losing days, not too big, nothing to share there. That's common. Yesterday is where I want to talk about. And Michael, I know it's what where you went wrong yesterday, being down 3,000, coming back to break even on the day, saying you were done trading, getting back in the markets, and then finding yourself down 5,000 after you asked me to move your personal loss limit for you. So a couple things there. If you say you're done for the day, be done for the day. Get up and walk away. Don't get in there and continue trading. If you've got a personal loss limit, stick to it. You got to stick to it, because when you're trading and you're down money, we get emotional. And when you get emotional, you're not making sound decisions. Asking me to give you another 2,000 a wiggle room was an emotional decision, and it cost you. So let's pull up Michael's trading card, and because of what you did yesterday, I'm gonna have a little fun with this one.
You got a nice picture of me looking strung out.
I hand selected this profile picture.
You look kind of beat up there.
John. I'm sorry. We're crying over this photo here in the office in the trophy room. John, I think you know this place. It's a watering hole we've spent a bunch of time at. Do you recognize where that is?
Is that Ceres?
No, that's Upchucks, the second floor.
Oh, yeah.
In Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. So shout out to Chuck's.
Hold on, this is Chuck's when I was the drunkest guy at the company, and I go. Well, thank God. I was the drunkest one, or the one that was overserved the most.
Yeah, but you were having fun. We were all having fun.
I had fun with all you guys.
It was a real nice trip, a good breakaway, and get some rest and some fun in. So. P&L this week, Michael was down 5,400 coming into today. He's extended that down about 1,000 extra on that, so about 6,500 on the week. 0% winning days this week. That's okay.
Well, hold on. Yes, commissions, and I'm just trying to conserve my W's. Now I should probably go commissions, of course, because
So if you're talking commissions being the difference between a winning day and a losing day.
Yeah, because my commission didn't cover $75 that I was up and $35 that I was up. And these all came out of the holes that day. And coming out of the hole, I had to trade a bit. So yeah, your account got debited, but on psychologically, I'm like, okay, I got my not net P&L, but I got my total P&L or whatever.
Yeah, and for someone like you, a trader like you who can, have big winning days and big losing days, down a couple $100 is a scratch day in my opinion. So we can even call Monday and Tuesday scratches, up a little, down a little.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So I already kind of talked about it. You got to know when to call it a day. Michael, you said it yourself. This is something that I hear from a lot of traders, like, I'm calling it a day, and then they can't help themselves. That was me too, a while back. It happens, you see something in the markets, but it's really good, when you say I'm calling it a day, to call it a day. And like I said earlier, Michael, I've seen you kind of squirming in your seat a little bit all week long.
All week.
You're not in tune with the markets this week. I know you're going to Vegas tonight. I would like to say, call it a week. No trading. I know the Topstep TV's I know you're talking markets on Topstep TV, but let's be honest, it's a bit of a distraction and it's hard to make sound decisions when you are distracted. I know you're talking markets with smart guys, your risk manager, mentors, and whatnot. But let's call it a week after today, and let's not add any insult to injury, much further.
Yeah, I'm down with that. That's great feedback. I think when I look through my lens on this one, because I love your perspective on it too, and the outsider's perspective to me is just as important, sometimes if not more, than your own perspective, because we reach this little we kind of lighten our own stuff unless you really beat up on yourself. But talking about markets all the time, it makes me want to trade them.
I get it.
Yeah, and then scratching coming out of the hole 2 days in a row makes me want to put up a day. So that's like an expectation I put on myself yesterday. I need to make, and I was looking for blue on there. I'm like, I was in the red all day, and then I got that one trade, and then I got up. You and I talked. You're like, hey, great job. And I knew you didn't move my loss limit, or you did. No, I asked for you to move it to 5.
Yep.
And it was all the things that I don't like about falling back into. And they call it bad habits die hard. But and what you're saying is probably accurate, because if you think about it, guys, I was just looking to get short in the 200 period moving average on the 30-minute. I'm like, okay, it's been ripping through these, and it likes to do this return to settlement play, and I think it's going to be quiet. It just has rallied another, 40 handles from where I was looking for. 40 handles, guys. So I could have been trading again on tilt. And don't get me wrong, I wanted to get short here, but I knew Mick was going to come on here and kind of give me the roast, so to speak. And I think I know I deserve to hear constructive feedback. And Mick, is there anything else besides just shutting it down? Because I believe I had been reading the markets fairly well, so this is where
you have been.
Yeah, this is where the motion comes in. I had somebody was in here hey, I've been getting out early. I'm just my entries are a little bit too soon. So I got stopped out on that yesterday. That started the tilt, my own emotional tilt. And it's been really an emotional week because I had to get myself out of it. The emotion got me this week. The reading the market wasn't that bad, but my entries were bad. And my exits were gun shy exits.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're a highly competitive guy. So, Michael, we lost your audio.
You got me on check?
Now we got you.
Got your audio back. I was going to say, as far as Monday and Tuesday, not getting off to the start that you wanted for the week. You're a highly competitive guy. It serves you well in most cases. It also got you in trouble yesterday. I think other than moving the stop loss and not saying that you were done for the day and then coming back and trading, when I saw you kind of got smoked on that NASDAQ rally early afternoon yesterday, we didn't have stops on that open position. You were short 11 contracts. You got to stagger those stops in there. That's something, we tell all of our live traders, all of our funded traders for that matter, you got to have stops on in open positions. You are no exception. We talked about that years ago. It's something you feel very firmly about, very strongly about. That would have saved you a couple $1,000 yesterday, probably. Because that caught everybody off guard. We'd sold off all morning, and then what was it, around 1 o'clock or something, early afternoon, boom, we had that massive rally. So if we had stops in, we would have mitigated a little bit of the damage.
No, I got my stops run, and then I put them back on. No, I was doing everything wrong. I got my stops run, bad entries. I was saying the market had to pause or stop. It wasn't. So, and you can see by the rally. And then I kept increasing my. I did all things wrong, and I had it almost back too again. And it's just like, because I was up $35. I think I went down to back to 3,100 down, 3,200 down, and then it came all the way back to 400. I'm like, no, I'm looking for a positive day, and then went 5,000.
Yeah, I think I know why you didn't have those stops in on that position too. It's because your stops had gotten tagged a couple times earlier in the day, earlier in the week, only for the market to go in your favor. And I think you were just tired of getting your stops tagged when you were being right, and the market went in your direction.
That's 100% correct. I was tired of getting out early and then having it go, and I was tired of getting stops run, so I was moving my stops. So emotion definitely took over.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna have a fun time in Las Vegas this weekend. My suggestion, you're done for the week, and then have fun in Vegas. Come back, fresh week next week. Leave this week behind. Remember your learnings. I know you're letting yesterday sting a little bit. It should sting, but you got to pick yourself up by the bootstraps for next week, and you'll be okay. You know what you're doing.
And driving into work today was way different than driving into work again like last week. And today it was more a little bit of call it uncertainty. A little bit of my confidence was I wasn't in the confidence zone. I was a little timid. I'm down $900 today, so I'm the timid, scared of money, don't make money. But then overconfidence and cocky don't either. But I don't think I was overconfident or cocky this week. I was just tired of taking jab after jab after jab after jab, and then getting it back. And then so I'm looking to make money this week, and this may be just a day where maybe today's not the day you make money. Maybe this week is not the day you make money either. Don't make it an ugly week. Don't make it an ugly day.
I say it regularly. You got to call a bad day, and if it's a bad week, you got to call it a bad week.
We used to have a weekly loss limit. I know a lot of people got pissed off about it. I saw the. It's all meant to slow us down. A daily loss limit was meant to slow us down. And yesterday, I could have and should have probably respected that.
You talking about your car ride into the office this morning, and feeling a little timid and lack of confidence. Can you and John share with our viewers what our traders can do to build confidence when you have, taken a hit for the week or you're on a cold streak? There's a number of things traders can do to build their confidence back. Let's give them a couple examples of how you guys do it personally.
I go back to trading 101, and I try to size down, and I try to wait for high probability trades. And then at the same time, you're going to be missing trades. So then you're going to be working on diluting the power of FOMO. The FOMO got me yesterday. And that's, again, there's some emotion that gets you each time. And FOMO got me. I'm like, I'm not missing out. I'm not missing out on another damn move. I kept telling myself that. And I was already beating myself up about it. So FOMO, and you should definitely journal. I have my notepad in front of me. You should definitely journal what emotions you're feeling, all that kind of great stuff. So that would be one. And going back to trading 101 and small positions, light and tight, not tight so much so, but respecting your stop and your target. And both of those, I was getting out early on the targets, not even getting close to those, and then moving my stops. I mean, I just like trading 101. Go back to trading 101.
So going back to basics, and Hoag, how about you? And then Michael talked about scaling down his size. How long do you stay scaled down? What do you want to see out of yourself, Hoag, when you do that?
Well, I mean, when my confidence starts to wane, the voices in my head get louder and louder. Those negative kind of voices start to make sense to me, and I know that those negative voices, so we call them saboteurs sometimes, you can call it a negative internal dialogue, you can call it whatever you want. Most of the things that they are saying to us are lies, and over the years I've proven to myself that those negative voices are lies. So when the lack of confidence comes in, those voices get a little bit louder. I will usually take a day off from trading, take a whole day off from everything if possible, go outside, enjoy some nature, go get lost in the woods, go out on the boat in your case, something to just completely separate myself, do something nice for myself, and talk back to the negative voices in my head, let them know that they're full of shit, and then come back and trade the way I trade, probably a little bit smaller. But I think one of the most important things to do when you are in that situation, your confidence is shaken, your internal dialogue is louder and very negative. You've got to silence those. You got to talk back to them. You got to tell them that they're lying. That will quiet them down a little bit. Get away from everything. Come back when you're ready and with fresh eyes, and just re-engage in the market, because those voices are telling you you're an idiot, you're not smart enough, you'll never do this, you're done, blah, blah, blah. And you know that it's all lies. When you can silence them, put yourself in a better headspace, get started back from basics and re-engage, I think that's one of the best things that you can do.
I like all that.
And while we're talking about this, why doesn't others that feel compelled share what they do after getting shellacked or being in the ring and just round after round after round, still being in the ring, meaning you didn't blow out for the day, but you're just beat up. You're clearly the one, if you're in the crowd, it's like that guy's getting his ass kicked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd like to see some of those comments there. And then for those people that are making those comments, throw out some solutions for those traders, collaborate and share, because I think, people have some creative ways to take care of themselves when they're having a tough time in the market. So I'd like to see those.
Yeah, they're coming in and, hey, Patrick, how you doing? Patrick's a partner of ours. Whelan just came in here.
Hey.
Getting stops run sucks. You were sharing that. It's painful. And then I don't know, Patrick, I'd love to know too what you do when you get faced or blow out on a trading account or trading day or all that kind of stuff. So anybody can share this too. Everybody here, I'm assuming everybody here has had this happen to them. Just like this awesome straight up rally on a 30-minute bars have not had a good enough pullback, and you would have to be pegging the highs. I mean, just these are like vicious rallies from
vicious pullbacks.
Yeah, right. And the tilt is 50-50. It hasn't changed. So like, I was talking to Andre yesterday. I mean, this could be institutional. Like, did the institutional money come in here? We're like, we like these levels in the S&P? No.
Not yesterday.
I mean, at the end of the day, no.
At the end of the day, there was a lot of buying power in that rally.
But we lost open interest. That was short covering.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, and Mick, thank you. I'm excited to go to Vegas, but can't wait to go to another place that the odds are stacked against me. No, I'm joking. The odds are not.
I wanted to comment on that, though. You are going to Vegas. You probably have a personal loss limit for losing your money gambling at the tables. Don't stretch your loss limit. Hit that ATM only once a day. stick to your loss limit in Vegas, and then don't try and make the money that you lost in the markets back in Vegas. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Hopefully, the pit boss isn't like, remember the movie Casino where Pesci's like at the blackjack table.
Yeah.
And he's like 10, cut him off.
Yeah.
So I have a loss limit that I'm putting on myself in Vegas. It will be definitely pretty. I'll let you guys know. It'll be pretty taxing to get to hit that one as well.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, hey, I really appreciate you letting me feature you and talk about your trading this week. Because, guys, for everybody that's out there watching, Michael's a really good trader, and he made a couple mistakes yesterday. So I'm happy.
I'm not as good a trader as I used to be, but I had 110% focus on trading. 110% focus on trading before Topstep.
He's still got a good eye for the markets, but this is a good example to tell you that you can be a successful trader, and if you slip up with your discipline in any one trade, any one day, it can be painful. And that's what we saw yesterday with Michael. Disciplined traders don't make exceptions. If they say they're going to be done for the day, they're done for the day. If they've got a loss limit in place, they don't move it. They stick to their guns, because you're always smarter in your planning than you are when you're in the market emotionally trading, and you get emotional when things go against you. So that's what we saw yesterday. Let's move on from that, because I've got a trader that is really doing very, very well, and I'm excited to share this this trading card with you guys. We've got Dylan R. from Florida trading in an express funded account. He has flawless trading here. Look at this, average daily P&L, a little over $500. He's on a 9-day win streak for over $5,000, 100% winning days, and it's kind of small print here, but I said things that we love. He's a base hitter. He is not swinging for the fences. He trades small size. He's selective with those trades. He's got a great average win-loss duration, 16 minutes on his winning trades on average, 7 minutes on his losing trades. He's giving his winning trades more time. He's patient with those, and it's paying off. And his trade entries, based off his P&L lows for the day, they're very, very small, if there's even any on these trading days. Tells me he's got very good trade entries. So,
well, what live or I didn't catch it?
He's in an express funded account, but we called up a lot of guys to the live accounts this week, and I think Dylan's a very good candidate. So I don't know if you saw my message earlier, Michael. I think this trader belongs in a live account, and
let's call him up.
I'll turn it over to you. Let's.
Oh yeah.
Dylan's watching today, I'm pretty sure. So tell Dylan what's happening to him today.
Dylan, you're getting called up playing pro ball. You're going to continue probably doing what you're doing. We rarely see folks that we bring up change anything, because we're basically getting behind you saying continue doing what you're doing. But we're doing this at the live level. You're putting up a kick-ass day, or not day, experience or funded account. Yes, and
he's got two other express funded accounts that he's doing well in also. He's just been in this one a little bit longer.
There you go. Okay, cool. Bring him up. Let's do this.
All right, awesome. Look, we got the funded trader seal on his trading card already.
Wow, look at you guys. Wow, this is awesome. So live account, trading with the prop firm. Don't get me wrong, guy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to confuse you. Anybody at the funded level has the same profit split, the same opportunity to make money, but we manage our risk here at Topstep. So when you come up, you're trading on express funded account. Your trades inform all of our trades. It helps us manage your risk. And if you're trading really well, like Dylan, we pull you up and then put you on a live prop account with our prop firm. And that's kind of how things get managed. But for your experience, it's the same. But now you are. I mean, you should be telling your whomever, I'm professionally trading and I'm backed by a prop firm.
Yeah. Dylan's legit. Happy to have him getting called up and trading with the rest of the live traders. And, from what I've seen, he's going to continue doing what he's doing. Base hits, profitable. Dylan, when you get that account, as you continue to build that account up, let's be sure to be paying ourselves. Doesn't have to be a large payout you're requesting, but put some of that money in your pocket and do something nice for yourself. Really happy for you, 100%. and glad to see your success. Let's see you continue on. With that, and I know we're wrapping up here on time, I do have some other success stories. Lavani, who I've talked about here on this segment before, trading in his live account. End of the day yesterday, it was kind of a creeper. It was a last minute thing in the afternoon. Put up $16,000 in his live account. So he was our top dog yesterday. I also want to give shout outs to some of our traders who did get called up from the express funded account to a live account yesterday. So shout out to James Z. He had 2 accounts actually. Big balance he's going to get put in his live account.
What's the balance?
What's that?
What's the balance? Do you know offhand?
Balance, I want to say, I think he was at 20,000 in each one of those. So it's going to be about 40,000 he's starting with.
That's enough to buy a pretty sweet car. Whether you want to get a really sweet car used or a new car, still be sweet.
Yeah, sure is. But if he keeps it in there and keeps that cushion in there, he's going to keep, feeding the hand that feeds. Because he's been trading really well. So shout out to you, James. Very happy. We've got another James S. All these guys are going from XFA to live. Chad P, Gao C, Hisham, and that's what I've got. We're having a good week. A lot of green on the board.
Even with me?
Even with you, yeah. Even with you.
Hold on, I don't want to drag the team down. Hey guys, I'm going to go to all the traders at the live funded accounts. I am the weakest link right now, and I'm working on it. You can still count on me because as a team, as a live funded, I'm trading live. I will know to do better. That's why I like when Mick shares all the, and if anybody's watching this live trading right now, Mick shares all the things you guys need to work on. He shares what I need to work on, and I learn from both of those.
You're not the weakest link. I'm happy you're honest with yourself that, struggling a little bit this week. We all have to be honest with ourselves. If we're not, you're not going to overcome the hurdles that you have in front of you. So keep that head on your shoulders, Michael. Keep your chin up, and next week we'll get them, all right?
All right, let's do it. Thanks for the feedback, and thanks for keeping me inspired by sharing the folks that move up.
Thanks, Mick.
Thanks for letting us talk about it. Have a great day, you guys.
You too. All right, John, I just put on 100 lot. Mix out of here.
I'm slacking Mick right now. Shut him off.
My goodness. Shut it down.
Guys,
turn those machines off.
Guys, remember that 100 lot that came in here? I don't know if they got out, but that was a great entry. They only took 10 handles of heat, and it's been rallying ever since. Watch big orders that come into the dome. That's why I watch the dome, the ladder. So, Mick heard that. Mick, I'm shutting it down. It's about my bedtime. My synthetic weekend starts after. Well, I've got 2 meetings right after this, but
it's like the blackjack dealer in Vegas Vacation. Hey, Griswold, why don't I just take you out back? Give me half your money. I'll kick you in the nuts, and we'll call it a day.
All right, Jack, you want me out of here?
Yeah, I think we've got.
All right, let me try this one more time. How's my mic? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah.
Well, okay, that's why I haven't been talking. It's still super loud.
Yeah, it's not loud. It's kind of loud on my side. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Low key, I use T4, CTS T4. I knew Bill Cunningham back in 2002.
So, guys, I think we have a funded trader interview coming up next. And
Yes,
talking.
Pablo, right?
Pedro.
Well, yes, we have down as Pedro. Pablo is waiting in Rendezvous right now, so we'll ask him when he comes in here and sort this out.
All right.
Figure out.
Oh, hold on. Is it the Pablo in the chat, or is it?
I think it might be.
Let's sort this out, guys. I'm out of here. I'm gonna tune into this. You guys have a great time. I had a great week with you guys. Know what I need to work on next week. Trading 101. I'm gonna try to get back to that. I'm not gonna try. I am trying is not 100% committed. I am going to get back to that. John, Roy put a stick on black. Oh, man, I ain't putting it. Yeah. I'll put a stack on black. Thanks, guys. Had a great time.
All right. Have a safe trip, Michael. We'll see you soon.
Eddie, we'll see you.
Talk to everybody later.
Care, bro.
See everybody tomorrow.
See you guys.
Goodbye. Oh. And we're back. Welcome back here. A little after 11 o'clock. And 11 o'clock Chicago time. And now it is time for Power Players. And we've got Pedro, a.k.a. Pablo, a.k.a. Pedro. Yes, he is the same Pablo Pedro that we know from our YouTube channel. And I think this is a first. Very nice to have you with us, Pedro, Pablo Pedro. How you doing, my friend?
Awesome. Thank you for everything.
Well, yeah, thank you for everything. Thanks for stepping up to the plate, taking some pitches. But yes, newly funded trader here. Now, well, let's just jump in. We'll get started here. Tell us about yourself and what country you're from.
I'm from Colombia, but I live in USA, in Florida, South Florida. I moved to here around 10 years ago.
Beautiful. Now, you got into Topstep, I believe, in 2020. You're putting up fantastic numbers. You just took a payout just a little while ago. We'll talk about that later. But you know what? How did you get involved in trading? Give us a little background there.
Wow, that was I don't know, 2015. I find something about forex, and I tried. I learning about it. I tried. I remember I made a few hundreds, and then I lost everything. So you know the process. So
give and take.
Yeah, and then I found something really interesting at that moment was penny stocks. I call penny stock my first girlfriend. You never forget your first girlfriend. So I involved on that. I made interesting money at that moment because I remember at that time I had 2 jobs. So I remember when I made my first trade, I made around 400. So I made my maths. Oh my God. I had to work like, I don't know, more than 30 hours to make that money. Washing dishes. Let me see, something interesting I found. So I keep working on that since that time.
So you started with the penny stocks, right? Is that what you're saying? I'd like to talk to you after the interview because I tried penny stocks and basically I should have just given my money to the local orphanage. Would have probably been better, but I gave it a try. It didn't work for me, but it's nice that it sort of hooked you. And what you did is you looked to get bigger, and I got to give you props for that. Now, who sort of got you into trading? Was it a friend, or did you just go online, or who was it?
I'm not really sure, but I found something really interesting for a Colombian guy on internet at that time. So he shows like he talking about independence, financial independence. So I just learning about it, and one of the things he teaching was forex. He said you can put the money to work for you. So let me learn about it because in Colombia, I interested in it, but I never found it. Maybe because I never looked for it, right? So I found that, and then I start jumping on learning more about it. So, but he's not really a trader, a full trader at that time. But he teaching about independence, financial independence. So that's why I interested on this.
And you're doing very well. And you know, one thing too is we've got a lot of traders from Colombia. You know, whether they're here in the States or they're in Colombia trading. Seems like that's sort of something going around in Colombia that good traders come from Colombia. So that's good. That's a good thing. Now, you know, real quick, just to sort of let's show off a little bit, show and tell. This Monday, you had a spectacular day. What happened this Monday?
Well, I think I don't know. I have my goals in my board. So one of my goals was to make a huge day, right? On profits. So I come in every day. I mean, I start my week when I was funding my Express account. I start my first day was a negative day, was a red day. I remember I start on Sunday night. I lost a few hundreds, and then Monday I lost more. So what day was very bad. But I switched everything. I clean up everything, you know, and then I jump to doing slowly. But you know, man, it's every second we have opportunity here. So I start with three contracts, and then little by little I feel confidence Tuesday positive. I made 2,500s. On Wednesday, I made 2,600s. On Thursday, I almost made 7,000. So my plan was on Friday. You know, Friday is more crazy. So let me find something a very good opportunity to make more money. So on Friday, I did a pretty good day. Was 5,400s. And then that weekend, I just remember every single day what I miss. You know, no, I don't remember what I made. I remember what I missed. Oh my gosh! If I made, I found a really good opportunity here. So, but I made only 500. But I leaving the table like 4,000. So let's see. So I working on it. So I can make more. So that day, little by little, 1,000, 2,000, 1,000. And then when I see, oh my God, it's almost 15. So I made 15 around before 3 p.m. And that's it. I did it. I mean, I'm not doing something different. I just working on, I can do it. That's it.
Yeah, staying positive like you are. I mean, obviously with the great trade days behind you, I mean, that's definitely a benefit, especially, let me ask you this, on a bad day, on a losing day, what do you do after you've closed out the account?
What I do after what?
After a losing day, a bad day of trading, what do you do? Is there anything different that you're doing, or do you just sort of put it behind you and look forward for the next trade day?
I like to check the chart, you know, in different time frames. I check why I take those trades. So I try to figure out what I made a mistake. So what was what I did wrong. So I did it. I usually did it all the time. So I did it, but not focus on that. Just focus on switch what's the really good entry, not that one.
Right.
So yeah, I just did it. Yeah, I run. You know, every single day we have the choice to make the right or the wrong decision. So that day was the wrong decision. That's it. Tomorrow is a different day, but next day I did the same thing. But on Tuesday, everything is working better. So I was clear. I think maybe the day was easier. You know, some days are easier than others.
Right.
But I just check it out. Everything what I did wrong. So write them down. Why I made that mistake. Just like a cleanup, please. Something like that. I don't know. You understand me?
See, you know, you're doing the right things, and you're seeing yourself progress, moving forward, having better days, and having better days than the better days, and it's really refreshing to see. I mean, you're putting the work to it. You've got the passion, you've got the desire, and you're moving forward, and you're paying yourself out, and you're in a position right now where you want to be. I mean, this is where you want to be now. What markets and what products are you trading right now?
On NASDAQ and ES. That's it. No more.
Okay. Which one do you usually look at first?
I know more ES because before trading with you, I traded in SPY for a long time with options. So I don't know if you agree with me, but when you see all the time the same chart, it's like it's like your friend. You know the moves. So when I jump to doing futures with ES, it's the same moves. So I think it's like when you know somebody, you know. Mm-hmm. So when he's something like that, oh, he's tired. So when he's doing this, oh, he's happy. So I think I understand a little bit easier ES, and then I jumped to Nasdaq because it's powerful, more powerful than ES, and I like that volatility. I love it. I love it. That's oh my god,
a lot of activity. There's a lot of activity to love there. Pablo, Jay has got a question for you. Can you talk about your setup? What's your trading setup?
Oh wait, every single day, let me see here. Every single day I see my analysis because I love to make some lines on resistance and support. I only use two indicators, VWAP, EMA. I love use 5 minutes time frame, and I use the EMA 7 periods. So it's really close. But when I trade, I use only 15 minutes time frame. 15 minutes.
All right, so you got the 15-minute time frames there. That's what I like to use too. It usually gives you a good picture, and as we do, as Hoag does on Mondays, where we sort of do the Google Earth, where we look at the big picture, the month, and we go into the week, daily, and then of course the 30-minute. But that's what you need to do. Charles is asking, how long are your hold times? How long do you hold an order on average?
I think around 10 minutes. Around 10 minutes. I mean, sometimes it's only seconds, sometimes it's an hour. Depends. But usually my style, I feel good in around 10 minutes.
All right, so there you go. There's an average about 10 minutes. How about staying up to date on market trends and news? Do you watch the news?
Not really.
Not really? Okay.
Nah.
All right.
I mean, I see when somebody news coming, a big one, so I be focused on the hour. So let's see what happened, because I don't understand how the market react to that news. I don't know. So I just wait. I be focused on the time, at what time they coming with the news, with our friend Jerome Powell or whatever. So I just ready to make a trade after the news.
Okay. All right. How about your risk management? How do you manage risk in your trades?
Well, for me, with Topstep is really new everything, because I jumped to work on focus on this short period of time before. So I usually start only with one contract. My account, I can trade with 15, but usually I start with one contract. And then I started making a little, I don't know how do you say in English, like a matrix, a little bunch of money to keep away my limit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So after that, when I have a few hundreds, so I feel comfortable to make a trade with maybe 2-3 contracts, even in 15. But I start little by little, and then I feel like, oh yeah, I can take a little more risk. So it's just little by little, I increase the amount of the contracts.
Right. So you're doing the smart thing, and we always talk about, when you start trading, whenever and whatever time you do, work to build that cushion. As Pedro says, a couple hundred, and that's something just in case you get that next bad trade. It's something to rebound from. And that's a smart thing to do, make sure that at least when you start out, you're not pedal to the metal, you're keeping it in first, second gear. And then when you finally determine and see, that your day is going good, then you kick it into third and fourth gear. So well done. How about entries and exits? How do you determine when to get into a market and when to leave a market?
Well, how I told you before, I have my lines, that I think is my resistance and support. So I working with EMA and BWAP. So depends. For example, now I see this. He make a beautiful breakout. So now I don't know if he wanna keep going or not. So I just wait, see if I see something interesting, like he's keep going sideways. I love make a risk over there with one contract to go in short. So I love when the trading the resistance support, when they touch that level, I just go in. So I have 4 levels now. For example, the resistance support, BWAP, and the EMA. So depending on how the price is on those lines, I take the decision, but never in the middle.
Okay, all right. One thing that Pedro has here on his admin trading file, Pedro is 70% winning days, 71%. That is very good. As far as, and I've looked at a lot of trade reports, and that is something where somebody is keeping focus and doing the right things. Now, sometimes the right things we try to do, and we're hijacked by emotions. Now, Pedro, how important is emotional control in trading, and how do you maintain it?
Oh my God. Man, I think it's 99% important here, because in every business, I think if you take a decision about money with your heart, usually it's going wrong. So in this profession, you have to be focused on doing the right way. And your emotion, you have to leave your emotion, I don't know, out of the room or wherever, because if you don't control that, you don't control nothing. So the market control you. So it's not good. You have to keep forward your emotion. So now for the way, I feel really good with this, because we're talking about hundreds and hundreds, but the real risk of my money was that I pay to start with you guys. Only a couple hundreds, that's it. But I don't risk, it's your money. So I'm feeling really calm, so that's awesome. Because I worked before with my own money. So, oh my God, I sweating, but now I'm really calm down.
That's, I tell you, when it's your own money, decisions are different. It's like, excuse me. It's like, when you were a kid and around the holidays, Christmas and so forth, your dad would give you the credit card and say, go get your mother something, and you'd overspend. Nowadays, it's like you get your own credit card, you got to buy the wife something, and I'm looking for the best sale for the best item. I'm not being cheap, but I'm looking for the best item.
Yeah, exactly.
What you got to do. You got to be frugal, especially coming off a very good day. I'm always telling traders, after you have a nice big winning day, coming in the next day, it's not money to blow. I mean, don't be in a hurry to give that money back. Take your time, wait for the best setup, because you want to make sure that you're keeping that money and you're building confidence. So, Sam has got a question. Pedro, how long did it take you to get funded on Topstep? How many combines did it take? I
remember I found Topstep a couple years ago, but I never tried. I found it, but I keep going in whatever I do at that time, trading. But I don't do nothing at that time. So when you change the rules, say one rule, so I jump on it. Oh my God, that looks really interesting.
You jumped on it.
Yeah, man, it's pretty easy. It's pretty
exactly what I'm talking about. Wait for the best deal, for the best product. You got it.
You see? So, go ahead.
Now to say, how many combines?
I think 3.
3.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good.
I was founded on both the both, but I grew up. So this one, I say, hey, come on, what's wrong with me? I told myself, hey, man, this is a beautiful opportunity. Don't miss out. So I think a little by little, and now it's working.
As the wise man says, yes, Pedro, you are the wise man. That's for sure. Now, everybody's looking to continue to grow. Well, hopefully, looking to get better. Hopefully. What are you hoping to continue to work on the most right now in your trading?
I mean, I wanna do my 3 accounts. Now I jump into a live account. I just waiting to be ready, everything to start again. Like we start talking about, I'm looking for my financial independence. So I have 3 little ones, so I need time.
Yes.
So that's why I'm focused on build this and have time to my little ones.
Miguel has a question for you, Pedro. Do you have more than one Express account, and do you copy trades?
No, I just one for now.
Just one, focusing on the one right now.
No, just one.
Okay. Now, being a part of our YouTube channel, we see your name all the time. Have you met any friends? Have you learned anything when we get together for TopstepTV?
Yeah, man. Oh my God, I love it. By the way, I think I have to give you some credit for my profit, because when I see something, so I think about it. Oh my God, this is a great opportunity, and then you say the same thing. So, I'm good. This is called the confirmation. Oh my God, yeah, I'm good. So I just jump on it because I love what are you doing in this channel.
Okay. All right. And one thing too, we're very happy to have you here because you do participate and you do comment and you do give suggestions and advice, and we really like that. Now, for somebody new, Pedro, what advice would you give somebody who is new in this business?
Just be patient. If you really love it, you figure it out. But don't jump do this only for the money. No, it's because you like it. It's because you like it and what we're doing here. Because this is a really lonely profession. I'm here only by myself, only with you guys now. But it's not really common business. So if you really like it and your goal is a big one, just jump on it. Be patient. Follow the rules. Keep your emotion outside. Follow the rules. That's it.
Follow the rules. Follow the yellow brick road. It's definitely, easy to say, hard to do. But if you can commit and understand that this is something you need to do, you're going to get from point A to point B in good time. And there's not going to be any struggle in between. But some of us, we tend to fall off the horse. We tend to veer off the path. But then we find ourselves, we got to get back on again. So it's good advice. Good advice, Pedro. Now, besides trading. Now, I heard a baby in the back. You got a new family, new baby. Family, good. Everything good over there?
Yeah, everything's good. The little one is trying to come in, but the door is closed. So
baby wants to come in and you show your baby off, that we'd be more than happy to see that. Love kids, and what's really great about it is that those that are building families, those that are young, having new kids around. I mean, this is something very nice to have when you're you're doing very well in trading. I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, I said the little ones are a really great motivation.
Okay. All right. Well, Pedro, I appreciate you being with us here. Thank you very much for doing the interview, and stay tuned to TopstepTV. Keep commenting, keep participating, keep making money, keep paying yourself out, and Pedro, just keep being the person that you are, and it's the person we really admire and respect. And thank you very much for being with us.
No, thank you, guys. Thank you for the great opportunity to work with you. And this was a big challenge, because my English is
it's fine. It's totally good.
I keep working on it, but so it's a big challenge. So yeah, I only say thank you, man.
All right, Pedro, take care and see you in the YouTube channel. Be good, bro.
Peace.
All right.
Take care.
Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn. Take care. Be right back. Oh, we're right into it. Okay. Let's see here. I needed that. Hoping that we do a segue, but okay.
Here we are.
Here we are. Robbie, how are you, my friend?
Doing well. What a great show today. Lots of information. Love it. I like catching all that morning stuff.
I tell you, when we were talking about Topstep TV, we were really focusing on the education aspect of that, and I think we're really seeing it, especially early in the morning. We've got a great community. We're behind them, they're behind us. Lots of good stuff coming from that, especially now that we're doing the funded trader interview. I mean, Pedro, waiting for the right moment, getting into trade. What's funny is that he started out making money in his penny stocks, and boy, I tell you, when I got my penny stocks, I was I was buying into all these cannabis stocks that never went anywhere. I was like, oh crap. So I mean, the wife was like, you got another thing in the mail from TD Marehouse. I'm like, oh. But do you ever trade penny stocks?
I did, Eddie. It's a great question. That's exactly how I get started in my trading, and that's exactly how I paid my dues and my education, and was trading those low cap stocks. All right,
what do we got? We got something in the background there? You hearing something?
Yeah, I guess so. I hear something in the background. I just messaged you in here. Yeah, and sorry about that. We're just kind of jumping, for those watching, we're jumping into the session so they can get something fixed up in the back. So we're going to take a few questions here, pulling out of YouTube.
If you got the questions, I'm going to need to run just for 30 seconds.
Absolutely.
I have a package coming in and they're at the door waiting. So I will be like, give me 30 seconds and I will be right back.
Yeah, I'll be here. I'm taking a look into the YouTube section right now. First of all, we appreciate everyone, all the traders that have been here, that have seen this Topstep TV coming from the start. It is really taking shape. We got a lot of stuff going on, a lot more coming up, especially with the quizzes going on, a lot of great guests coming in, a lot of funded trader interviews coming in, and of course every morning we have the opening call with Eddie and Hoag, where they go over the markets. Right at 8:30 Central Time, we cut over to Fast Market, and that is with Eddie's in the background. We have Hoag on there. We have John Hoagland, Michael Patak taking live trades every day. So glad you all could join us. I'm going to take a quick look at the YouTube comments. Someone said they passed eval today. Genghis Khan passed eval today. Congratulations. It's not easy, and you should really celebrate if you do.
Let us
Michael.
know.
Oh yeah, it is, Eddie.
Let us know. Am I back? Yes, I am.
Yeah, I hear you. So Michael Talley in YouTube chat says that crypto has got you started into trading penny stocks per second. I am 100% with you. The 2-sentence version is I had an IT company a long, long time ago, and then I actually switched careers, became a sports therapist. 2017, when Bitcoin went from like $2 to 19,000 in a year, I started having flashbacks. My IT company and all the day traders I supported, so I switched over to trading. There you have it. Took a look at crypto, didn't have the funds for trading Bitcoin, so I jumped into penny stocks. Not sure if that's what you did, but that's how it went. And absolutely paid my dues for 8 solid months trading the penny stock. I say penny and low cap, like up to $3-4 a share, trying to catch that 1 minute candle momentum plays at the market open, and I just got destroyed. And that's what you got to pay for education.
Yeah, that's where I said, you know what, futures is my gig.
Absolutely. That's what happened to me, Eddie. Someone in the chat room said that. They said, hey, man, I think you're doing okay trading, but I think you're trading the wrong stuff, and you should take a look at futures. That was 6 years ago.
Well, somebody put that bug in my ear, And I was like, hey, you know what? And I was in such a hurry to get signed up and get the stock. But c'est la vie. And, whatever it shall be, shall be. Mm-hmm. So, thank you, Sarah. She says, your heart is appreciated. I think
your heart. Oh.
Big ol' hug, Sarah.
Yeah, that's great.
So,
how can we traders? Hang on, Eddie. I get sorry there. I want to make sure we ask this. How can us traders connect with each other? It's a really important one.
Oh, please.
Discord. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we didn't pass over that. I missed it there a second ago. Discord. There's 33,000 people there, traders in there. But there's a section about trading buddies. You can absolutely jump in there and find someone that trades your style, very similar. Just hang out. There's rooms that you can chat through. You can also chat with the coaches. There are 7 coaches in here. We all have our own coaching channels. We'd be happy to go into individual channels. We do coaching sessions every day, sometimes 2 a day. And plus, there's a community room. So absolutely, that's a great place to be. Jay, that's how you can connect with other traders. It's hopping 24/7 right now at this point. Yeah.
Now, Robert, I get like a little a message from Discord, in the evening. That's you guys, right?
It is. So the coaches, what we do, we have time slots. It was a spreadsheet of topics that traders have been asking about for us to go over. So we've all kind of pick what we like to do. I'm a more technical guy, and one guy is more of a grains and corn guy, and one guy's more of a cattle guy and an oil guy. So we all kind of do our own little thing. We kind of picked it, and what we do at nighttime, this is on Discord, and there's a schedule. The top left, it has a schedule up there of events. When we go in there as a coach and we click to start that session, it notifies the whole server. So if you forget about it, you'll get a notification, and that's what you're talking about.
Right. And one of the good things is you've got the opportunity to check out every coach. And you go into the rooms. Right. Now, if you are maybe a scalp trader, go in there and ask the coach, can you help me with scalp trading? Maybe you're a trader that likes to hold on to something for, a longer time frame. Or maybe you're trading maybe live cattle. All right. Does these traders know about that? Do these coaches know about that? Go in each room and see what they've got to say and how they're teaching until you can find a coach that sort of matches up with what you need. And I think that's one of the most important things is finding that right coach. So keep that in mind. But what else do we got in there in that Discord channel, Robert?
Well, to cover up on that one last thing, we have a lot of Forex, a lot of traders coming over from the Forex side of things. And since we don't have actual Forex pairs in Topstep because we're a futures only company, there are futures currencies. So like the 6E is one of them. It's a currency you can trade. There's a group of traders in there. That's what they focus on. They came over from Forex. They're now trading the futures currencies. They're pretty close to the same thing.
Right. And checking out. Justin Russell is asking, how do you produce a trade with cattle or corn? I'm scared to jump into a new sector, only trading NASDAQ mainly. Well, if you're in the combine you've got an opportunity to use a practice account. And I can't stress the importance that the practice account does have for us as traders, whether we're trying a new strategy, whether we're trying a new product. And that's a great place to get familiarized with the characteristics of a new product. Just to have it on the side for fun. I'm trading S&P, like for example, I was trading crude for a while when it was at $100 a barrel, and then it came all the way down and went negative, and now we're back up to almost $100 a barrel. I've seen that fluctuation, and it's like, wow, what a ride. I came from the Dow pit, the S&P pit. So actually, when crude started to die off a little bit, the excitement sort of cooled a little bit after it hit that 100 and it came down a little bit. It sort of went neutral. I tried the NASDAQ because a lot of traders like that action. I found out it was just a little bit too much for me. Too much. So I said, I'm coming back home, Ma, and I went to the S&Ps. I've been trading the S&Ps for a while, but for our morning fast market, we've got Hoag trading the S&Ps. We got Michael Patak trading the NASDAQ. Danny comes in with the crude, and we didn't have anybody for gold, so that's what I'm doing. I'm just sort of feeling it out. Because I'm going to learn. I want to learn how to trade gold. So that's what I'm doing. Use that practice account. Nobody's watching it but you. And hey, if you have a shit day, and the market's kicking your butt.
I could use a good ass kicking. I'll be very honest with you.
Sometimes you could use a good ass kicking, but if it's happening, go to that practice account. All right. You can reset it as many times as you want, no charge. It's a practice account. It's a practice account. So keep that in mind.
Absolutely. I posted in the YouTube chat the link to all the products that are available through Topstep. It's about maybe 5 or 6 up. Yeah, while you were explaining a few things there, I just jumped onto it right to our help center. I put it in the YouTube chat. You can click the link. It'll give you a list of all the products and times you can trade. Professor,
you are the best, man. I tell you. Sometimes they say the dynamic duo. Am I Batman to your Robin, or am I Robin to your Batman?
You're Batman. You got to be Batman. You're out there in the CBOT building, right down the street, the Batman. Yeah, I'll take the Robin side.
Okay. All right, brother. Well, that's about it. We've got
quiz.
We got the quiz, top quiz. If you like what's going on, hit and smash that like button. Come on, we got almost 600 people. Let's get some more likes in there, please. We've got the quiz coming up with Jack and Alyssa. Here she is. Nice. I just see her right now. The brilliant and intelligent Alyssa is going to be here. Look, she's got the arms pumping. Yeah. That's right. All right. Well, we're going to get out of here. Stick around after this because we're going to bring in Coach Paul. And Coach Paul's going to be talking about top 5. Let's see here. Real quick here. The top 5 fundamental truths of trading.
Nice.
What are the fundamental truths? So stick around right after top quiz, and I'll let you guys take it over. Rob, thanks for being with me and being with us. I'll catch you later, partner.
Absolutely. Back to the back end. Take care, guys.
Take care.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. Hope the volume's okay. This mic over here in the office is going to be the death of me, Alyssa. How are you doing?
It sounds good to me, Jack. I'm doing pretty well. How are you besides the mic?
I'm good. I'm here with Mick and James and JD's all here. Whole gang's here.
Gang's all here.
Yeah, so let me check the YouTube real quick. Nothing crazy going on, I don't think. It's hard for me to troubleshoot the Kahoot over this. You could take it up with the Kahoot organization, which I'm sure is one of the largest companies in the world. Anyway, this is Top Quiz. The way we play, 8 multiple choice questions. Answer them right, answer them quickly. Alyssa will play along. There's a delay of something like 6 seconds between here and YouTube. That means that you should answer these questions right when they appear on your screen. Hopefully no one makes too much noise behind me. They're all stalking around in the background. But I think it's about time to get this moving, Alyssa. So let's see who the last person in here is going to be.
All right.
we have Bonnie Lover. Oh, Bonnie, if you're watching, you have a fan club. We have Ian, the Rover, Owen's back, Rick, Dummy Rocks. Who's going to be last? We got to start soon to get the group coaching. All right. I'm going to start it in 3, 2, 1. Let's go, Alyssa.
Let's do it.
Top quiz for Thursday, 9/28. 3, 2, 1, fire. Who was the original drummer for the Beatles? Was it Ringo Starr, Pete Best, George Wells, or Charlie Watts?
Oh my gosh, Jack, I am really embarrassed by this. Is it Charlie Watts? No.
Charlie Watts was the drummer for the Rolling Stones.
Shoot.
It was Pete Best, and he oftentimes takes a lot of, criticism online because of all that. Although I'm not sure if he's dead or alive right now. Probably because he wasn't ultimately in the Beatles. Let me go to see if I've upset anyone in the YouTube.
Oh,
yeah.
no. Not with the first question, Jack. Come on.
Bunch of Pete Best heads out there. All right. After 1, who knows their Beatles? Dan the Man does. Oh, my old nemesis is back.
Oh, no.
If you win today, I will say it. All right. Question 2. What driver leads the 2023 standings in Formula One racing? Is it Sergio Perez, Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, or Max Verstappen?
It's obviously Max Verstappen.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It is. He's won 13 races. And I mispronounced, there's the accent. It is Sergio Perez. So that's good too. All right. Yeah, he's dominating there. Oh, 1 second. Here we go. Here's the scoreboard. Dan the Man also dominating, as is Massive Micro and my good friend, YTS. Full Cod and CL Trader are also in the mix. Take a look at the YouTube comments real quick. People asking who is Ringo. Question about Lando Norris. Okay, next question. Earlier, Hoag suggested that pizza is the perfect food because it's round. That's a Hoag thought. It contains all food groups. It's inexpensive, or it gives him special powers.
I believe it would be contains all the food groups. That feels pretty Hoagish.
That is, I think we have a delay, so I can say that is indeed what he did say earlier. A lot of people got that one. Yes. Hoag also, my mic wasn't on. I was commenting that he seemed to suggest that sausage was a food group. Which, I'm sure his cardiologist is thrilled. All right. Dan the Man holds the top. CL Trader, Obsidian. Looks like I'm not saying that name today, although I shouldn't have yet. Okay, next question. How many hearts does an octopus have? 1, 2, 3, or 4?
They have, at least 3.
3 is correct, but I don't think you can answer a question like at least 3.
I mean, there are no rules here, Jack.
There's some. Speaking of which, let me make sure in the YouTube chat that I haven't violated any here. All right. Daniel Inskeep says, "What's up?" What's up, Daniel?
What's up?
All right. Next question. What is the painting La Gioconda, better known as, I couldn't pronounce the word, Starry Night, Mona Lisa, Night Watch, or Night Hawks?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's the Mona Lisa. It's the Italian one. Thank you to James for coming up with that one there.
Oh, my art history minor failed me on that one.
Ooh, what was your specialty?
Web design.
That was art. Wait, you did art history and web design?
I did, Jack.
Yeah.
No, by the time I got my BFA, you pretty much just end up with an art history minor.
Oh,
That's just how it ended up.
And look at where you are now.
Look at me now.
The Mona Lisa of all things. Oops. Oh no. YTS is back in the top 3.
How did you do it?
I don't know. They're pretty good. Next question. We got 3 more. What country has the world's most ancient forest? Is it Russia, Germany, Australia, or Canada?
Yeah, probably. Definitely Canada.
It's Australia.
That doesn't even sound right. Like, that doesn't even sound like that's the answer.
Some people knew it. Once again, James, thank you for that question.
James is out to get me.
All right. Check the rankings. Check the YouTube. All right. Nothing's on fire. Here we go. We got I Don't Even Trade. I guess they just trivia.
They don't even trade, man.
Meow BB. And Girl on the Rocks. All right. Here we go. Which chess piece can only move diagonally?
Ooh.
Rook, knight, bishop, or queen?
Oh wait, which one can? It's shit. I mean shoot. Knight. No.
Did you watch the Queen's Gambit?
I did. That's why I was so confident. And then I looked at all of them and I was like, I don't know.
I guess that's not, I mean, I don't think they ever actually explained the rules of chess in that show. That would probably take a lot of time. All right. I think we got one question left. Let's check the scoreboard here. I Don't Even Trade. We got a fire streak for DC Mins, a lot of consonants there. And Dan the Man. All right, you ready for this final question?
I'm ready, Jack.
All right. Here we go. Chimpanzees and gorillas have human-like fingerprints, and so do what other non-human animals? Ferrets, koalas, otters, grizzly bears.
I feel like a koala should have a fingerprint.
You are right. You cannot commit a crime if you're a koala without getting tracked down.
Nice.
That is great. Well, you have probably answered, what, 3, 4 right there, Alyssa?
I don't know. The L's felt a little bit heavier this time, but there were a few.
Well, let's see who finished first, second, and third real quick on the podium. Third place, we got
No.
Dan the Man in second. In first, I Don't Even Trade. I love it. Yetidisoff. Okay, I said it after all these tries. All right, I am not afraid to say it.
Oh.
All right, Alyssa, that was a lovely time.
It was a great time, Jack.
Yeah, let me check the. I know that you guys are going to cut that into a video.
Oh yes.
And it's just going to be shown all over the Topstep slide. James already smiling behind me. He's already got it. All right. Well, I hope you're happy, YTS. Okay. With that, we're going to cut to a little charts and music really quick while we get group coaching set up with Coach Paul today. And we will be back tomorrow to end the week with some top quiz action. Alyssa, thank you again.
Thank you, Jack.
And we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Bye.
Howdy. Welcome back here, and very nice to see that we've got a great community here, Coach Paul. Well, I tell you, this is fun. I enjoy doing this each and every day and seeing all these people here. So I mean, good stuff. But hey, we are here now for group coaching with our good friend and great coach, Coach Paul. Paul, how you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing good, Eddie. Yourself? And I'd have to say, I enjoy this too. I enjoy watching this. You get some great insights and actually see trading in action, good and bad. So, and that's how it works.
Right. Yeah, and I tell you, we learn from both good trading and bad trading.
You got it.
Yep. So what is our topic today? I mentioned it earlier. The 5 truths of...
Yes. The 5 fundamental truths of trading. Taking from, Mark Douglas's book, Trading in the Zone. A book that I come back to often because it's not about what system or great stories. It's about how we ourselves react and need to approach trading from a mental point of view. And there are fundamentals. You know, I'm also a basketball coach, and my specialty in basketball is teaching fundamentals. Without the fundamentals, yeah, we can't create. We can create if we have a fundamental understanding. So that's our theme today.
The fundamentals. You're going to put fun in the mentals, correct?
Yes,
okay.
Or funny mentals.
Okay.
So let's start off with the first fundamental truth of trading.
And real quick here, Paul, questions are open. If you've got questions, by all means, post those in the YouTube chat, and I will get them to Coach Paul.
Well, thank you, Eddie.
Thank you.
First fundamental truth. Anything can happen. There are always unknown forces operating in every market at every moment. I'll take this time and dating that was absolutely yesterday afternoon. The market looked like it was just going to keep falling hard. The end of the world. It was easy being short. An hour later, the NASDAQ rallied 150 points. Well, let's put that in perspective. On a mini, that's $5,000 in an hour with no news event. So anything can happen at any moment. And, sometimes we fall in love with our position. There's days you could walk away from that without putting a stop or a target. And, your king of the world is short. And an hour later, you're down money or gave it all away. And that is, if you've ever gone through it, which most traders have, it would just destroys your mental capacity to deal with trading, which can lead to revenge trading, angry trading, desperate trading. It's something to know. It's a fundamental truth. Anything can happen. My best trade ever was Hurricane Katrina. I was following my trading plan on a Friday afternoon. I was supposed to buy it, and that was a position trade. I bought that and natural gas and went to the Cubs game. And I had a few too many at the Cubs game, and the next day I'm waking up hungover, and I'll never forget that Saturday morning, getting a little bit of a headache. Turn on the news, and a Category 5 hurricane is headed to New Orleans. And I was like, that's not good to be short crude. That's why I just remember that. It wasn't that I was long. I go, it's not good to be short. And I remember that day because it was my daughter's birthday, whose name is Catherine. So anything can happen. That Sunday night, I couldn't get out fast enough. But just knowing that, I was not planning on a hurricane. I didn't even know it was hurricane season. It wasn't a fundamental that I was looking for, but anything can happen. So, and it can happen very quickly. So no matter how much time and effort you've invested in your analysis, there are no exceptions to this truth. Any exceptions that may exist in your mind will be a source of conflict and potentially cause you to perceive market information as threatening. So if you've been trading for any amount of time, you know what that is. Like yesterday, that could easily have happened. And if you were short instead of covering, you could fight that, and you can create this conflict that instead of getting out, you took it as a threat and you waited, or you sold more because they took that toy away from me. Like when you were a kid, you can get really angry. Why did you take that away from me? And that's something I still deal with. Like you have a great trade and it starts going back, and all you remember is, if you stare at it all the time, was when you were up the most. And anything that goes against you at that point, you take personally, and that creates conflicts. So knowing this and dealing with it makes trading easier, just to make a decision. So number one, fundamental truth: anything can happen.
Coach, you're right about anything can happen, and such as in the markets, like today, we're watching the S&P and the Nasdaq just coming off that rally. Now, throughout the day, it was mixed reviews. We were basically looking at 60-40 on the tilt and so forth, and all of a sudden, this comes out here. What spurned this move? There really wasn't much that we could go off of. And yesterday, when we had our EIA, the number was skewed, and we really didn't do nothing. And Danny's like, well, nothing's going on here right now. Number came out, and he's going to get back to business. And then a little while later, out of nowhere, we saw a rally in crude. There's a lot that happens, such as life. Anything can happen. And be broadcasting right now, and a 747 can hit my house. What are the odds of that? The odds of that are like me winning the Powerball. I think we got Powerball today. That might be something that I might try. So we'll keep that in mind. But yes, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Number two, you don't need to know what is going to happen next in order to make money. And there are random distributions between wins and losses for any trading plan. And you don't know if the sequence of wins and losses and how much money the market is going to make available on the winning trades. Okay. You just mentioned the crude yesterday. You don't know what is going to happen next. All right. So if we stick with that plan, I happen to be long calls. It's in a it's an uptrend. I personally trade with the trend. I don't like to fade. And I was glued on the S&Ps and the Nasdaq, and I looked over. I know that I didn't. It was another, like, what happened? We don't need to know what happens. Trading is when we try to predict what happens. We get caught into the mindset of this needs to happen. But my experience in the grain room for many years is, there was a saying. Farmers want to know what's going to happen every day. What was it? Tom Skilling, I think it was at 10:30. Weather guy in Chicago, and I'm pretty famous. And everybody wanted to know what his forecast was. And then some wise farmer hedger, what I'm talking was like, I don't trade rain. I grow grain. So if you're the thing was, if you're hedged properly, it really doesn't matter. why it happens, when it happens. It's your plan. For your trade. You have your risk management, and you execute your plan. So an important part of this one is also there's random distributions between wins and losses for any trading plan. We don't know which one is going to work, but we have to take the trades in our plan. And, you know, if you took 5, one of the things, I don't know, I know I've suffered from this. You have 5 losses in a row. And they're supposed to be good losses if it's in your plan, and you can't take it anymore. So the next trade comes up and you decide not to take it. And you know what happens next. It goes your way, and you can't take it anymore, and you jump in late, and then you're tempted to lose control. So the fundamental truth is you don't know what's going to happen next. You have a plan. Trade your plan. Trust your plan. And the losses and the wins come randomly, but you need to be on. So,
Coach Paul, I'm just reading this. Naz the Dragon says, trying to fade and go short before the full confirmation of this rally up today was the reason many of us hit our daily loss and blew up today. He says, baffles me how I live. I abandoned my plan from replays. Now, I mean, that's a lot of us that do fall into that. And, I even catch myself not even looking at my game plan at times when I'm trading. What's good advice that we can really commit? I'm going to say that again, commit to our trading plan where we're not improvising. We're not getting reckless with bad trades. We're managing everything as it should be. What's some good advice there?
Okay, that's a good question. Being comfortable in our risk. When you enter the trade, and we talked about a trading plan, that's where the decisions need to be made. After you're in the trade, that's when the emotions come. All right? You're always in the back of your mind, if we are, anything that goes against you, is a threat that, it's going to rip against me. I'm going to lose again. So I'm just going to get out now. Or I'm not going to hold on. Having you do a trading plan and a checklist. Why am I in this trade? If you're asking why you're in this trade after you get in, you're in a complete emotional state. And that's where, when losing trades, you can exacerbate. When I was younger, I would add to losers.
We didn't know any better,
We didn't know it, right? And then once in a great while, you get rewarded. And it is, to me, this is the most dangerous thing, is adding to a loser. It's telling you why, the market's giving you information that you don't want to accept. So you forget about everything except for now you have to be right. Because deep down, you feel you need to know what's going to happen. So just like this says, you don't need to know what happens, but once we're in and we're not following a plan, our emotions overwhelm us. See, this truth really makes trading a probability or a numbers game. When you accept that trading is simply a probability game, concepts like right and wrong, win or lose, they don't have the same significance. Your expectations, right, will be in harmony with the possibilities. I don't think we've mentioned this before on the show, is Warren Buffett has his big thing is why marriages don't work, people lose in investing, are the expectations. Our expectations right away is this: I want this to be the biggest winner, and then it goes back to this. It goes, any information that contradicts that causes conflict and doubt. That doubt leads to bad decision making, and that's an emotional decision.
Yeah, I mean, we're always looking for the positive. I mean, we go to a sporting event, we're hoping our team wins. We go to a new restaurant, we're hoping the food's good. You know, we buy a lottery ticket, we hope we win something. You know, everything has got that edge to positive. You know, bonus, benefit. But, you know, the thing is, what happens, you know, when you scratch a ticket and it's not a winner? You know, what happens when you go to a professional sporting event and your team gets smoked? What happens when you go to the new Italian restaurant and the sauce is like tomato soup? You know, I mean, we expect a lot of expectations. You know, how do we handle that? You know, I say we move on. Don't harp on it. There's going to be another Italian restaurant. There's going to be another game your team will play. You know, there's going to be another ticket that you scratch. So you've got to stay positive. And it's easy. It's hard to do, but it's easy to say. But things do, you know, like they say, grass is greener on the other side. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes you should be very happy where you are.
That's a great point. So the next part of this principle is keep in mind that nothing has more potential to cause emotional discord than our unfulfilled expectations. Emotional pain is the universal response when the outside world expresses itself in a way that doesn't reflect what we expect or believe to be true. As a result, any market information that does not conform to our expectation is automatically defined as threatening, and this will cause us to adopt a negatively charged defensive state of mind where we end up creating the very experience that we are trying to avoid. So, that just what you were just saying, that is to a T, our expectations. You know, after a while, when you trade, you know, all wisdom comes from experience. When you trade for a while and you can temper your expectations, that losses and wins, and you have the same state of mind, you've become a good trader, and that's not an easy thing to do. Yesterday with Coach Jay in our At the Buzzer segment, he showed Damian's famous shot at the buzzer to win a game. And what was great about that is how many times did he miss that kind of shot? That he had enough confidence that he can make this shot and take it. We don't talk about it if he misses it, but the fact is you need to work up and your expectations, and as a winner, okay, if it goes in or it doesn't go in, I need to take this shot at this time.
Right. It's like, Wayne Gretzky. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Oh,
that makes a lot of sense coming from him.
Yeah. So The next point is that if you believe that all you need to know to have a winning attitude, number one, the odds in your favor are in your favor before you put on a trade. So if you have a plan and you've gone through this plan, you've back tested it, forward tested it, and you trust this plan, you're not going to put this trade on unless you really believe that the odds are in your favor. So you need to believe that. Number two, how much is it going to cost to find out if the trade is going to work? I really like this one myself. It takes an edge. How much is this going to cost? It's like going to the store. How much is this going to cost? Does it have value? Is it worth me purchasing this? That same mental attitude when you get into a trade can relax the anxiety of losing. Okay, I'm going to put this trade, it's going to cost me $350. But if I'm right, I can make $1,500 to $2,000. Now, that's a mental attitude that can alleviate the anxiety of versus, Jesus, here we go again. It's going against me. I can't take this pain. What if that happens? What if this happens? What if anything happens? So you get out and then it goes your way. So you don't. If you put that on it, you get out beforehand. You really don't believe it. So believing that your plan works and being comfortable with your risk. And again, how much is it going to cost to find out if the trade is going to work? Right there.
Paul, I got a question. Sometimes, when I'm trading, the trade's taking too long to get to my exit, but I'm still in profit. Many of those times, I have just taken what the market has given me, and I can honestly say that I don't get upset if it eventually moves to my exit. I'm happy to take the win. I'm happy to take the profit, even if it's smaller. Is that wrong?
Is it a day trade?
It's a day trade, yeah.
Yeah. Is that wrong? Was that part of your plan?
Well, I mean, I followed through with my plan. I entered where I wanted to enter. Like I said, it was taking too long. I'm not one with patience, but I was still in a nice profit. I did not hit my exit, but I did take what the market had given me at that time and got out of the market and canceled my exit.
Okay, you took some money off the table.
Let's just say it could have been a $600 winner. I took $300, and as me as a trader, I was happy with that.
You're happy with that? Okay.
It was my game plan, and it followed through pretty nicely.
You said it was part of your game plan to put it on. So if you get to $600, you're definitely out, but $300 you're willing to take, and you're good with that. If you're good with that, then and it's a winner, have at it. Would you like to develop the patience to get $600? Then that's something you can improve upon. Yeah, right. That's something you can improve on. One of the things I do like about micros is you can put 3 on. One to get out of a couple as it goes on. That's not a bad plan. Let one go to see if it can get to the full expectation.
That's a very good idea. Take a couple off and let that one run.
And so that's one way maybe you could work with using multiple micros. I strongly suggest it. Sometimes I think that there's this macho thing about I can't trade micros. But, you've been around a while. Remember the old S&P, the original S&P contract? What was like, whatever the mini is now, it was like 5 times what the mini was, if I'm not mistaken. So when the S&Ps first started trading in futures, I think it was at 300, 350. It's 10 times that right now. So also is the size of your account, the risk management. It's easier if you're in a $50,000 combine, you have $2,000. Micros are, or multiple micros, 3 micros are a good size for that. I'm glad you brought that up. I firmly believe that works. Okay, ready to go to the next?
To the next one.
There is random distribution between wins and losses for any given set of variables that define the edge in your plan. What does that mean? You can't choose when the winner comes. All right. If you have 3 losses in a row, you have to take the next trade. There's no trading at 100%. It just doesn't happen. Well, maybe it did. That was Bernie Madoff, and I don't want to get into that, but that trading is about uncertainty. The thing is, we're in an environment where the only certainty we have is uncertainty. That's a hard truth right there. So when we look for certainty in an uncertain environment, we lose our focus on good trading, and we try to just be right. We don't know when the winners are going to come. It's random distribution. So if every loss puts you that much, one of the winning attitudes, I should clarify, is that if every loss puts you closer to a win, you will be looking forward to the next occurrence of your edge or trade, ready and waiting to jump in without hesitation. That's an important truth. We're human. We tend to remember the last trade. If it was a loser, recency bias is, I believe, what they call that. Is like, if you had a string of losses, especially, it's like, I don't want to do this again. So having faith in your process allows you to understand the truth that random distribution between wins and losses for any given set of variables in your trading plan. It's going to happen. What we don't know is when it's going to run. That's part of trading. That's the truth in trading. The next point. If you believe that trading is about analysis or being right, then after a loss, you will anticipate the occurrence of your next edge with trepidation, wondering, fearing it's not going to work this time. I know this one, and I know as traders, this can be a big problem. You'll start. You start to gather information against your trade. You start thinking negatively, right? You have to have a winner's mindset. And it's winners believe. I'll go back to a basketball example. Michael Jordan and the famous free throw that he made to secure the championship against Utah. That was a famous poster, right, of him finishing that in Utah. And I'll never forget the interview. It was like, he goes, well, everybody remembers that free throw. They don't remember the 3 I missed before that. So, we're talking about a winner's mindset. It's in the moment. You have to feel that you have to have that mindset of a winner. After setting losses, you get a loser's mentality. Oh, no, I'm not going to do this anymore. The market's against me. This doesn't work anymore. That's a loser's mindset. Winner's mindset is, the next trade is as we talked, the next one is the one that's going to work. I need to be on it. That's an energy. Have you been around traders? Have you been in the pit? There's that negative Nelly. He's just like, oh, and they don't last long. It's a disease. It's just like, wow, I gotta stop. Get away from me, man. The Eeyore type of mindset. And then it's not easy. But it's a mindset that a winner takes, is looking forward to the next trade, because you're positive. It's like, okay. And in your trading plans, we always talk about risk management, capital preservation, because we don't know when it's going to go, but we have to have capital to make that next trade. That is any good trader. If you read any of the books about the great traders, every one of them had some type of experience where they lost everything and they had to rebuild and learn the lesson so that they could survive for the next run. Right. So being positive and risk management, staying alive for the next trade, because you don't know when they're going to come, but you have a positive mindset, a winner's mindset, and now you have capital. How many times I've done it is like, you lose your account. And then it comes the one, and I'm sure everyone's heard this, or at least witnessed it or lived it. There it is. I would have been long, or I would have been short if I,
woulda, coulda, shoulda. Yeah.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda. So, just
Coach,
understand. Go ahead.
I'd say, Coach Paul, you mentioned mindset, and I can't stress the fact how important that is. First thing in the morning before you turn your computers on and so forth, you almost got to sort of be robotic and program yourself for a good mindset. You do the mindset checklist before you start trading. Am I focused? It's like you said when you went to the game and you came back the next day and your head was pounding and it's like, oh my God, I can't trade. So I mean, you've got to go through that checklist. There's a question here. Finero's asking, how do you overcome a negative mindset? I'm trying affirmations, but I have such a natural poor me mood. I think that's just human nature. How do we get past that?
Okay, good, very good question. You have a practice account, okay? And I would ask you, do you have a trading plan? And we call it get in the gym. The practice account is the gym. Get in the gym and execute your plan in your practice account without question. And instead of a mantra, go through the process of finding the winner. Understand that your process works. This is when you're going and understand that you're going to go through a string of losses. This is the important part. This is the difference between a winner and losing. We just talked about it. You know, and I'm going to go back to this. A quitter never wins and a winner never quits. Understand in your practice count what it takes to get onto a winner. All right. And by the way, there's just as amount of chance that you're going to get into a string of winners. Right? It's a 50. The future is 50-50. My mentor, Peter Stottlemyre, used to bring it down to this. You just like, hey, it's 50-50. No matter what. The future's it's yes or no. You know, just like binary. So to develop that winner is not dwell on those losses. You'll anchor in on the feeling of loss. And that goes back to something we've discussed before, is learning how to love your losses. And what does that mean? Like the first time I heard it, okay, this is a family operation, and I won't say what I said to the guy who told me that. I just didn't buy it at all. I'm like, yeah, I love your losses. Here, I'll give you all my losses. I got plenty of them. You love them too. But what that means is breaking your mindset to understanding when you are willing to take losses and they're good losses, that's a winning trade. The problem is when we don't take good losses now because we're anchored on having to be right, that is going to anchor us into a loser's mentality. So once again, being right or wrong isn't really shouldn't take precedent in trading. We know that losses are coming, right? And dealing with, instead of trying to avoid them, understand that, wow, I'm out. Some of the best trades I've ever made is avoiding a huge loss. And we don't, because that's not something that's on the scoreboard, you know, so to speak. You don't, but that is a winner's attitude. Okay. And that is following your plan. In your plan is losses. So winners take really good losses. And I was at the Ohio State Notre Dame game this weekend, and it was one of the best football games I've ever watched.
Wow, cool.
And the thing was, there was no turnovers. So
that was the last play of the game winner, right?
Yeah, 1 second to go.
Yeah, I watched the highlights on that, and I couldn't believe that.
Oh man, it was just a great game.
It was a very good. Yeah, great. Great is a good word for that.
And why I bring that up was there were no turnovers. So in trading, turnovers are going to happen. Okay, but it's unforced turnovers. Big in tennis, unforced turnovers lead to big losses because they're hard to recover from. So turnovers are going to happen. And you understand that those are good losses. Bad losses are unforced, and that's where a woe is me attitude comes, because you never really accepted the loss, and if it carries over, you're anchored to the loss and a loser's mentality. By the way, it doesn't make you a loser. It's a mentality. It takes the same amount of energy to think like a winner. So I hope that helps you.
Roth Trader has something here that we should all sort of take to heart. It says, remember this. Right, where are we here? He's got a few here. Be content with enough. Never try to be a hero trader and make a ton of money every day. Take what you can and then be grateful for that win. No matter how big or how small, a win is a win. And that's how you build confidence. If it's a small winner, you're building your confidence, okay? And that's one thing that I was forgetting to do when I first started out, was trying to build that confidence. It was just, I I was like processing fish, total mindless, just trying to add to my P&L. And there was no building of confidence until somebody mentioned it to me. And I'm like, that's right. You got to have, that's like, as a kid growing up, when you hit that first home run in Little League and you got that confidence, maybe a little bit too much as a child, but still you're like, I hit one. I know I can hit more. Or if you went 5 for 5, without a home run, I know I can do that. I can do it again. And, building that confidence, even from managing a loss where you get out of a loser at a very good time and you see that market go completely against you. And you're like wiping the sweat off your brow saying, wow, good thing I saw that. I'm feeling good about it. It didn't wipe me out. I lost a little, but I didn't lose a lot. So keep building that confidence.
Yeah, great advice. That one you mentioned, the other one is the hero, trying to be a hero. And that's very tempting. I suffered for that when I was younger because I wanted to be the next Richard Dennis. I came from the Mid-Am, and it was like, it was never enough. Sure. And then I would hold stuff that would, the turtle, and then I would just try to emulate that, but I didn't have that pocketbook. So instead of making money, I tried to, I'm trying to hit a grand slam with one guy on base. So good point. Another is that hero complex. Take some money. Be consistent. Good advice.
Yeah. Well, Sky Blue Trader said 5 days green, 1/3 of the way through the 50K. Good. Keep us posted. That's what we've got this chat open for. If you pass the combine, let us know about it. If you're having problems or issues, let us know about it. Now, real quick here, Coach Paul, I know that in the morning when we're doing opening call, there's a lot of questions that are asked, but we're under so much pressure time-wise. Try to keep those for fast market if you're one that has been with us all day here. But I apologize because I'm usually the one pulling questions. I can't get to every question. All right. But make sure that if there's something that you need to know or you want to find out or something, you can always send those to support@topstep.com, and just the subject title, Topstep TV question. Okay. And what they're going to do is they're going to take those and they're going to give those to us. So if you do have a question for Coach Paul or Coach Jay or Coach Jack or Coach Ray or Michael or Hoag or myself or Danny or Mick, send them to support@topstep.com and make sure the subject title is to the person you want to ask that question to. And I'll take them. And when we get these coaches and others on, we'll ask those questions.
Okay.
So what else you got for us, Coach
The
Paul?
next one, number 4. An edge is nothing more than an indication of a higher probability of one thing happening over another. So what does an edge is nothing more than an indication of a higher probability of one thing happening over another. Because once again, there's no certainty. It's just a higher probability. That's the truth. If you were looking, one of the things that got me into trouble, and I see it with a lot of traders, is, oh man, this is going to go to the moon.
Alice.
and then anything that doesn't equate to that creates another conflict. So, trading is about probabilities, having a probabilistic mindset. Another point in it is creating consistency, which is consistency is what we need. right? Requires that you completely accept that trading isn't about gathering evidence one way or the other, determine which way the next trade is going to work. To work is a key word. You know, you've got a trading plan. Your plan is a probability that this trade is going to work versus not going to work. It's either buy or sell. It's binary. It's 0 or 1. Those are it's the probabilities. When you are comfortable with your trading plan and you accept that, it's much easier to execute it. It's a truth. It's not, you can't avoid it. That's what this game is all about. Okay, the only evidence you need to gather is whether the variables you use to define your plan are present at any given moment. So we talk about a checklist, all right? Your plan is whatever it is, A, B, C. I want it to be over a volume, a VWAP, and it's got to be above the fat portion of a profile. Okay, whatever it is, that's your edge. You want to buy it. That's the only thing you need to gather. You know, when we start looking at different variables, because we're not confident, we can come up with 18 different ways that this isn't going to work, right? Keeping it simple and understanding that, you know, it's a probability game makes trading so much easier. Next point. If you're not certain about your edge, you won't feel too confident about it. And then you will be vulnerable and experience fear, right? If you're, and that's part of that winner's attitude is like, I know this, I know my edge, I'm going to take it and I'm going to execute it. When you have doubt and you don't have confidence, first thing is that doubting mind starts to happen. And the irony is you will be afraid of random, inconsistent results without realizing that your random, inconsistent approach is creating exactly what you are afraid of. We've brought this up before, and we'll bring it up again. That's it's true. It's the irony. So understanding and being confident and going through your trading plan creates a winner's attitude. And like I said, the only evidence you need is does it fit your plan? Put it on. Think of probabilities. I know a really good trader once. He goes, my fear is that I'm not going to put my trade on that I need to put on. That was I'm like, wow, I never thought of that. It wasn't about whether it was right or wrong. It was like, wow, I have to get this trade on. And his biggest fear is that he wouldn't have it on. Because he was really one of those really confident trader. You would know whether he was winning or losing. It was just stone cold, a very good trader. So again, thinking in probabilities, understanding your edge. Don't you've heard this how many times? Don't overthink it. Your plan is what got you here. Your plan is what you need to execute. And just do it. Okay. And then, yeah.
If you're not doing it, you might as well find something else to do. I mean, it's, Michael this morning was talking about the fear of pulling the trigger. I mean, that's once again human nature. You know, we're afraid to do something. You know, once bitten, twice shy. But if you've overcome that fear prior, or something similar, and you've overcome that, give yourself credit. Give yourself some strength. I mean, sometimes we got to push ourselves through things. One of the things here, I just, lost my mother, and it's when you're walking in that funeral home. I mean, it's like when you get to that door, you're like, all right, I don't want to do this. This is something that I don't want, but you know what? You get through it. And put yourself in a position where I'm making this acceptable. And the same thing with trading too. You make it acceptable. I'm here to perform. I'm here to trade, and that's my focus.
Wow, that was very good. Sorry to hear about your mother, and that's a very good point. You got to get through it, and we've all been there. So thanks for sharing that, Eddie. That's a really good point. Get through it and do what you need to do. That's and you'll be better for it.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, the final one, the final truth.
What do we got?
Every moment in the market is unique. This one really, when I first read that, I didn't really I didn't believe it, but think about that. No trade is exactly the same. So what separates the best traders from the rest is that they have trained their minds to believe in the uniqueness of each moment. This belief acts as a counteracting force, neutralizing the automatic association mechanism. So when we understand that every moment in the market is unique, there's different players, there's different size, there's different situations. They're not all the same. They can be similar, kind of like the snowflake, right? No snowflake is exactly the same, right? It's every market, it's unique. And if you're, and this relies on those expectations. Okay, sometimes we can, as traders, we can suffer from overconfidence. Oh, I've been here before, and now we actually can lose, put on too much, right? Gets to, the difference between confidence and cockiness. Difference between being assertive or aggressive, which is, in this situation, when we understand it is unique, we can be assertive and trusting that, hey, this might turn around against me. This might end up being a loser. But what I've learned from coaching in trading and in sports is you always hear this, and it's mostly from parents and friends. Be aggressive. Well, when you're being aggressive in trading, it can lead to recklessness. When you're assertive, you're following your plan, you're confident in your plan, you're trading the market, not trading your ego. When you're aggressive, you'll put on too much, you'll take too much risk, and you will be reckless. And what recklessness happens is when you ignore the truths that every moment is unique. So being confident, being assertive are winning attitudes. Being cocky, being aggressive are losers' attitudes. I learned a lot from this when I didn't really understand it the first time I read that. So understanding that, you got a good trade on and you still have to follow the plan. This market isn't guarantee you that it's the same thing that the last time. So that's the last one, and the more you think about that one, the more important it really is. So let's review the 5 fundamental truths. Number 1, anything can happen.
Anything.
Number 2, you don't need to know what's going to happen next in order to make money.
Okay.
Number 3, there is a random distribution between wins and losses for any given set of variables that define the edge of your plan. Number 4, an edge is nothing more than an indication of a higher probability of one thing happening over another. All right. And the 5th, every moment in the market is unique. I've taken these from Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas, an outstanding book, and I highly recommend reading it and having it part of your arsenal. So there we go.
Cool. There you go, folks. Well, I hope that you've taken some notes, and I hope that Coach Paul has permanently tattooed this advice in your brain in case you do need it when it does come up. And of course, we're going to get Coach Paul back here again because he's got a nice fan base, and of course, he's got some great knowledge that he shares with us. You got anything cooking in Discord?
Yes. Today, at the close of the equities at 3:00 Central Time, Jay and I have a Discord hour called At the Buzzer. Well, we will review action of the day. Really enjoyed it. We just started it this week, and we're having fun doing it, and it's getting a little bit of a following. One of the key points is we look at also different markets for different opportunities. We'll review, of course, the equities, the NASDAQ, and the S&P, but we find good trades in the yen. Jay found a great trade in the Nikkei overnight. Great show. I'd love to see people participate, and really enjoy this, and always working with you, Eddie. And yes, I might not have it tattooed, but I have it on a trading card here.
There you go.
And I keep it right here in front of me. So
yeah, see, we all have these trading cards at some point.
Yes. I was going to say, before they closed the floor, I would stack my pockets with blanks and so forth and take them home. I knew I wasn't going to be able to get those anymore, but have notes. Posting, even if don't overtrade. Stick it to your monitor. Put it somewhere where you're going to see it throughout the day. A little reminder. It doesn't hurt, and it's not corny. Somebody told me, that's corny, putting notes everywhere. No, it's not. It's for your benefit and for your help. But Coach Paul, we are just 3 minutes after the 1:00 hour. And I do believe that is it for us today until we see you again or have you back here for group coaching. Paul, thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for sharing all your information. Thank you, Eddie, and good trading, everyone. Have a great day.
All right, take care. All right, folks, that is it for today. We will catch you back here tomorrow at 8 a.m. Where myself and the Hoag will fire up the program once again. So just remember.
No, that'll be all. Just be sure to lock the door behind you on your way out. Good night.
Good night, folks. Take care.